Ju Wenjun, four-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. What a great performance from Tan Zhongyi.
Super exciting.
Almost flawless performance there.
She will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship.
Ju Wenjun continues her ascent to the top.
Tan Zhongyi is unstoppable.
We're seeing some of the best chess in the world.
Hello and welcome to Game 8 of the FIDE Women's World Championship, coming to you from Chongqing, where towering skyscrapers meet those winding rivers. Now, reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun is on fire, winning 3 straight games, and with potentially just 5 games to go, challenger Tan Zhongyi is running out of time and answers. The board is set, and the stakes have never been higher. Today, it's a big one. As the two players get ready, I can't wait for this matchup. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, it's such a pleasure to be commentating alongside our resident expert. She's a 2-time Asian Women's Champion, International Master Irene Sukanda. Irene, today, Tan finds herself virtually in a must-win situation.
Right, and she has the chance because she is playing with white pieces Yovi. This is the moment for Tan to stop the bleeding and start winning or getting some points out of this match, because 5 games to go. We are hoping that the players can play all the games. At least this is my hope. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely, because there's potentially 5 games on the line, but Ju Wenjun, she's 1.5 points away from victory. So let's remind ourselves of the format.
China's top women players are battling for the Women's World Chess Championship again. Reigning champ Ju Wenjun took down Lei Tingjie in 2023. Now she is back to defend her title against challenger Tan Zhongyi. Like last time, the match is a hometown showdown. The first 6 games will be played in Shanghai, Ju Wenjun's turf. The next 6, Chongqing, where Tan Zhongyi calls home. It is a race to 6.5 points. If they are tied at 6, we will go to a 4-game rapid tiebreak. Still tied? 2 faster rapid games. Still tied? It is time for blitz. And if they still cannot break the deadlock, we will go to sudden death. 1 win will decide it all. Tiebreaks, if needed, will be played in Chongqing. It is a battle of skill, stamina, and strategy. When the dust settles, who will take home the title?
A battle between stamina, strategy, everything. And here you can see the players, the scores. 5-2. Tan Zhongyi with the white pieces in a must-win situation. Any point that Ju Wenjun gets, well, draws her closer to becoming the 5-time Women's World Champion. Only the 4th woman ever in history to do that, if she manages it. And the players are there early, Irene. The stakes are high. For Tan Zhongyi, it's a question of survival. For Ju Wenjun, it's a matter of making history.
That's right. There they are, already facing each other, and try to be focused before the game, because it is very important as well for Ju Wenjun not to lose her focus, because she's been on a very good streaks. 3 games. The last 3 games, she won all of them. And the first ceremonial move is going to happen.
Yeah, there you can see Tan Zhongyi, she has a choice, and the d4 being played, and the response is d4, d5. Now, Tan Zhongyi, she has been opening with 1c4. She's been pretty consistent with that. She's gotten reasonable positions. Is it now time for that big change up to try something else, or is it just she's too far gone down the path of 1c4? Better to try that than experiments with something completely new.
I think she's going to change it up a little bit, Yovi. I have a feeling we might see the first move e4 because it's time to shake things up. And also in the press conference yesterday, there are a few things, a few variations that she actually wouldn't like to get, but she was forced because she would like to have some more chances to muddy the waters and so on. And I think, well, first move e4 should answer all the questions.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out whether she's consistent, sticks with her trusted 1c4. At least she has knowledge in how Ju Wenjun will dictate the game. Or should she try something completely different? e4, she might be met with e5, which is Ju Wenjun's trusted opening. d4, also maybe d5. The problem is Ju Wenjun, she's playing exceptional chess and she's also rock solid. Stable in personality, stable over the board.
Yep. And I think the first move is going to happen anytime soon right now. And there you go. We have a check hand. And let's see and find out what's going to be Tan Zhongyi's first move.
Yep. And as the arbiter makes those final adjustments, there seems to be some issue with the clock.
I think it is one of the issue where the clock was already adjusted, but you have to click the little thing twice, and there you go. I expected e4, and e4 happened.
Okay. Well, we're going to be in for a ride here as we actually get to see what Ju Wenjun plays, and it's e4, e5. No big surprise. And here comes the big shake-up. There's no knight f3 because you know what? Tan doesn't want any of these games where you get the Berlin Lopez or you get the Italian, which is maneuvering. That favors Ju. Ju knows it incredibly well. So knight c3, do you think we're going to be seeing moves like f2, f4, take it back to the good old romantic days?
Yep. I think she's pretty much going to task Ju Wenjun in this opening as well. F2, f4 is there, but also there's a trendy line with a d4 here. Well, objectively, white shouldn't be giving any problem to black, but we have a bishop c4.
Okay, bishop c4 played, and now there's a few moves, right? You can develop the knight. You can also, I remember this from when I was a kid, you could take the pawn on e4.
Oh, yes.
As black. Yeah.
Yeah. That is the principal line, right? I mean, not the principal line exactly in this position, but it's just when you see that this e4 can be taken and then you make a fork afterwards, it's something that you should consider. But the timing is sometimes different because in this position, I think we can just see a little variation here that after knight e4, let's say if you take with the knight, then of course you get your fork like this, d5, and black should be fine. But the problem after this is you're going into such a rabbit hole where you have to know all this line after queen h5, because now suddenly there is a checkmate ideas on f7. What is the name of this checkmate again, Yovi?
Scholar's mate.
Is it on f7 is scholar's mate, yeah?
Yeah. I thought you were trolling me there, Irene.
I know I have a very good co-commentator, so I can ask such a question without any problem. Okay. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah. So queen h5, and then you have to play this knight d6. Queen takes e5, and then queen e7. Although when I see this position, this might be something that Wenjun would like to see, because after queen e7, you are guaranteed that you're going to exchange the queens. But of course, this is just one opening line, and it's not over here, because you still also have to know what's coming next after taking the queen and so on. You know, to play the position. But yeah, there's still a possibility. And apart from that, if you play a move like bishop c5, it is a line UV. It could also be played. You can also play knight c6. All of these moves are very, very natural. So I cannot really predict what Wenjun is going to choose in this position because anything can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously, Ju Wenjun, she knows this position. It's just you have to look at the psychological impact of this variation. It's come as a surprise to her. There's no doubt about that. And so she's simply going, where is the direction I should be headed? Like, what's the most stable position? What is Tan Zhongyi planning? And yeah, knight c6 is a very natural developing move. No complications after knight takes pawn, bishop c5, and instead knight c6. Keep things flexible, and d3, yeah, very quick. And note that the knight still stands on g1. I'm just pointing that out because you never know. f2, f4 might make an appearance. And this is the modern day way of playing chess, because I remember that one of my coaches a long, long time ago was discussing about how if you go d3, if there's no pressure against e5, black can always go knight a5. And this was back in, gosh, it's 20 years ago, Irene. 20 years ago, no one was allowing knight a5.
Then you were still
because
playing
you
in
would
the junior championship then, right, Yovi?
Yes, Irene, I was.
But I think such rule still applies to these days because sometimes I also think, okay, my e5 is not under pressure right now. I can try to consider a move like knight a5, and this might happen because this is like the easiest solution to the position because. Well, I'm sure Wenjun has studied this opening, but what I'm trying to say is, in a situation where it is unfamiliar, usually you would like to play according to some principles or some understanding that you already know prior to the game. But instead of knight a5 here, bishop b4 has been played. So she's taking another plan for this one because this bishop b4 is a preparation for d5 UV.
Mm-hmm. And also probably knight a5. Okay, again, looking at my database. Okay, so I'm just checking which one was the most popular response. And okay, and bishop b4 wasn't the most common move. So the kind of sidestepping, the dance continues because now it's Tan Zhongyi who has to remember her theory. She's been playing c4. Perhaps that's been her main focus these last few days. Okay, knight to f3 in the last few weeks. So she has to adjust to that switch of playing e4 openings. It's not easy to make the change because I know you yourself are also an e4 and d4 player. Do you find it easy to suddenly switch on one game, go e4, another game, d4?
Well, it's not that easy, especially if you already prepare one certain opening in your match. Because usually, if you play an open tournament, 9 rounds, let's say 9 rounds, and then you play different opponents, and usually you would like to change things up according to your opponent's repertoire, not according to what you actually want. Sometimes my approach is different. Okay, back in the day when I was still very young and I only had limited repertoire that I just play according to what I know. But as we grow as a chess player and a professional one, we have to equip ourselves with a few weapons and the openings with black pieces, with white pieces, so that we can also be flexible when we're playing against certain opponents. We would like to go into the line where our opponents are not really good at, and this requires flexibility on our side. But here, the reason is different. Tan Zhongyi would just like to change it, just a matter of the match situation. And I'm very, very certain both players here, they are very capable in playing any sort of variations, any sort of opening. So it's just like, okay, today I have chocolate ice cream, tomorrow I have strawberry ice cream.
Yeah. Yes. No, definitely. But the players have been following a trend, right? So especially for Tan Zhongyi, she's been playing these openings where there's tension, and then suddenly the center just evaporates, and it becomes all about piece maneuvering and playing very dynamic chess. Here, the center is going to be stable for a long, long time. And there you do see no d5s from Ju Wenjun. She says, you know what? Let's go for that long maneuvering battle where all the minor pieces are on the board. And it will be about a breakthrough, but it will be done at a way later in the game than a lot of openings. This was something that I found actually very difficult to handle, Irene, when I was playing e4 with the white pieces. This kind of position where there's not that much space, 4 minor pieces on the board, and constantly having to be aware of these breakthroughs: d6, d5, d3, d4, and the bishop coming out to g5 at one point. Was it good? Was it not? So a lot to be said. So now I'm guessing for Tan, she can castle, she can go a3. I wouldn't necessarily recommend like bishop to g5, even though it does set up a pin, because that invites h6, g5, and that tends to be a very risky line for both sides. But instead, castles. So I'm expecting Ju to do the same.
Yeah, just one thing that I'm very curious about this position is what didn't Tan Zhongyi like in the opening moves? Like, if she intended, so let's investigate this. If she intended to play Vienna, she would have put her knight on e2 instead of f3, and then you go for this idea you want to play f4. Of course, knight e2 invites d7, d5 to come. So what I meant is, on this position after bishop b4, the main move is knight e2, because you also preserve this f2 f4 idea should it happen. But then it will be like a very a long line after d5, takes here, and so on. This type of Italian can be reached in a normal move orders. So let's just put it back to the start: e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Let's say bishop c4 here, knight f6, and okay, you can play knight g5. This is a 3-knight variation, but you can also play d3. But okay, the difference is we have to make some sense about the bishop b4 move, because obviously if bishop b4 happens now, c3 should be the answer. But if we are going to transpose this position to the game, then in the game it was knight c3. And maybe she's trying to avoid, like what you said, the main Italian, like the classical gioco piano with bishop c5, c3, and then all of these very, very close lines and heavily explored by top grandmasters level. Yeah, it's going to be a bit complicated, I know, although it's very much playable for both white and black. So instead, we saw this position, and this is just a transposition. You could say that castle, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and another castle.
Irene, I just wanted to if you can rewind, I think, and before bishop takes c3, because I'm reminded of again my junior times, and that was everyone in scholastic chess. If black were to castle, everyone was kind of going bishop to g5, and now the pin is really awkward because there's a big threat of the knight jumping into d5. So
you mean you would like to play bishop g?
So no. If black castled, no. I just wanted to show this kind of kind of scholastic variation, let's call it. So what would often happen is you'd put your bishop out to g5, and black, without thinking, would go bishop g4, and then now the knight came into d5, and suddenly there's issues. Yeah, you can see the evaluation bar shoot up, and I don't know how many games I won like this when I was tiny.
Yeah.
But in the UK scene, literally everyone was doing this. Every game started and finished like this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Yovi, because I also did the same thing. When I've played Bishop G5, I was hoping, okay, don't do anything against this threat. I would like to play Knight D5 with ease, so don't do anything. Knight D5, Knight D5 is there, Knight D5 is there, and then I would secretly say yes to myself whenever my opponents play something else like Rook E8 or like what you said, Bishop G4, and because after that I would get my dream position with this Knight D5. Totally agree with you. But yeah, it didn't happen here. Let's see what happened in the game. So after castle, bishop takes c3. This reminds me of the four knights position, where you can easily get this position with the bishop on b5 though. The reason why you grab this knight is because if your bishop was on c5, you can easily put a pawn on a6 or a5, and then you can preserve your bishop. Because in the classical Italian, this bishop is a strong bishop, which sometimes needs to be challenged by bishop e3. But since the bishop was on b4, it doesn't really have other ideas than to take the knight. And if you take it a little bit too late, like in the four knights variation as well, the knight will go to e2, and then you park it on g3, and you keep eyeing on this square all the time. You would like to have the knight to be posted on that square comfortably. It's not going to be easy, but that is already a little achievement that white could get. So before the knight can do it, you just have to eliminate it first, and then b takes c3, and you can easily castle now. And on the other hand, black also might try to create the same plan with knight e7, knight g6, and then you play c6, and then you are trying to make d5 work. And it's pretty much the standard procedure in this type of position.
Yeah. So this is the thing. There's so many plans, right? You can go knight e7, knight g6. I've also seen knight a5 as a possibility as well, just hunting down white's incredible light square bishop. I've also seen bishop e6. Again, just trying to trade off those bishops. Sometimes it's kind of prepared with rook e8, bishop e6, or queen e7, bishop e6, but definitely another idea. And then again, knight e7, knight g6. And Tan, she's pausing because she doesn't quite know which of those plans you should be ready for, right?
Yeah, and also I don't think this is the line that she expected. I mean, of course, she can play e4, but I was looking at her games. Out of all the openings that she's played as white, c4, d4, knight f3, she has the least experience with e4. And this requires some, of course, experience. You know this type of feeling. It cannot be built within a year or two. If you play like e4 your whole life, you have this type of feeling, and then little nuances can actually matter a lot. And this position, according to the match situation for Ju Wenjun, she doesn't need to stir things up. She just would like to play a very solid, a very like a close position like this that doesn't give much for both sides to challenge anything. And then this is a perfect opening for Ju Wenjun in this match in game 8. And as for Tan Zhongyi, even though she has a pair of bishops right now, yeah, it's not easy to utilize them in such a good way, because in most of the bishop g5 just happened, by the way. It's this scholastic pin that you mentioned. And if we are seeing another four knights variation in this type of situation, usually when the knight is pinned like this, you would like to move your queen to e7 and then put the knight to d8. And yeah, and then you just would like to put the knight on e6, and yeah, you're doing things like this, because yeah, I don't know, is g5 a possibility here?
I was going to argue no, on the basis that usually when g5 is played, black has a bishop standing on c5. So if we were to put g5, I would say knight takes pawn. has to be the most critical response.
That's
And you're
it.
going to back that up with f4. So
Mm-hmm.
you can see the evaluation bar shoots up. F4 is coming incredibly quickly, and the absence of that dark square bishop is really felt.
Yep, you're right, Yuvi. Yep. So we'll see if Ju Wenjun will try to discover something in this position. Another idea after queen e7 is usually you would like to challenge this bishop with bishop e6, like you mentioned before, and then using this square letter for the queen to unpin herself once this bishop was removed. This is another idea. So we'll see which one that Ju Wenjun will choose in this position, but I'm pretty sure that queen e7 will be played.
Yeah, queen e7 looks entirely logical. Also, it takes a step at blocking off ideas such as d4, because white has the two bishops, and somehow or other, it's just my instinct is that either I want to be going d4, or I want to be like accelerating play as fast as possible as f2, f4. And since f4 isn't that easy to achieve, then I would head the other way. Or so I would just prepare d4. But okay, and queen e7 takes a stop at that. I mean, I think that Ju is either assessing queen e7 or knight a5. She's like,
Mm,
hey, you know what? We've been mentioning this move for quite a while. You know, why not just pinch the life square bishop?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Yuvi. Then, if this happens, then I'm going to expect a technical battle because in the end, it's almost sure that White would like to play the position with the knight versus bishop because this is still a close position technically. What I'm saying is, let's say you play bishop b3 over here, and then takes, and then takes, and then let's forget about the possibility of bishop g4. Let's say you would like to unpin yourself like this, and then you play h3, queen here, takes, and this is what I meant. Just hoping or pinning your hope on the knowledge where the knight is playing better than bishop in a close position. But of course, this is like objectively very very balanced. But it can be a very long game, like a long technical game.
Yeah, exactly. And this is actually a really nice position for white because white is the one controlling the breakthroughs. You know, I do remember this pawn structure that my father once taught me when I was, again, playing in the girls under 10. And it's basically, he called it the diamond formation. And that's like if you were white to play in the game position c4, not in the game position, but the one we have on our boards right now, c4. And he was saying, look how beautiful it is, played by Bent Larsen. And look how mobile it is. You know, the pawn can come to b4, b5. There's a lot of squares that it controls and supports. So I really like this position for white. It's definitely a kind of a slow build one, but it's one that's very promising because the bishop doesn't have any active diagonals. So I like that plan, actually. So knight a5, bishop b3, you just say, hey, improve my pawn structure. Okay, so that's a good response to knight a5. So we're expecting queen e7 then? Yeah, so bishop b3. Because it
Yeah.
actually, you know, it was quite deep in the weeds, so to speak. But there's nothing to stop white from going bishop takes knight at the right time. And there's nothing to stop this improvement of the knight. The knight can come to d2, c4, e3, and, you know, jumping around.
Yeah, you're right. Now I'm thinking about it. Maybe we can also follow suit because you can capture this bishop anytime anyway. I was thinking whether this move is possibility because let's do a copycat position. You attack here, I attack there, the same thing, hoping for the position where it's only played with the major pieces. I mean, I'm putting myself in Wenjun's shoes. Like, what is the best way to just equalize the game? Because you're playing with black pieces, and trading is one way to make it closer to the end game. But here I see that the evaluation bar is going up for white, so I'm just thinking what might be the reason for it.
Well, there's no immediate threats at the minute.
Oh,
but the
Yovi,
issue is, yeah.
I think the issue is just h3, because if you take it's end of story, you're better, right? You're pinning this knight, and then you're guaranteed to have your opponent will have the double pawn. But if you're going to copycat the idea to play bishop h5, then you can play g4, because this is no longer a possibility. The knight is pinned, and after you play bishop g6, and there was a very, very famous game, a very classical game. It was Winter Tour versus what's his name? Steinitz, I guess. Yeah, Winter Tour versus Steinitz, where actually it was the opposite color. The opposite color bishop, it was white who had a very bad bishop on g3, the same way like what you are seeing right now with the bishop on g6, and this bishop couldn't move until the end of the game. So this is one tricky trap for the bishop, because it looks like from scholastic point of view, when I was a kid, my opponent's game is exposed because these pawns have moved too advanced, But if I didn't read the classic then, but I did now. But now I understand, it's not all good. Sometimes there is some drawback like that if you don't play carefully, this bishop might just stuck, and it would be like a big pawn, literally.
Yeah, definitely. I do remember that game. I also came across it in the classic Max Server middle game books. And he talks about this little center. That's how he describes it, with the pawns on e4 and e5, d3 and d6. And he says, you constantly have to monitor the breakthroughs, either d4 and in reverse d5 and f4 and f5. So Ju Wenjun, she's having to navigate how to handle this, what we've kind of jokingly called the scholastic pin. The bishop coming out to g5, bishop h4. It has nuisance value. And Ju Wenjun has to decide, is she going to be hunting down the bishop? Is she going to try to untangle the queen with moves like queen to e7 and just relocating things so that she's ready at the right time to isolate that bishop from h4? So yes, and as we await Ju to take that decision, we are going to take our very first break of the day. And when we get back, it's going to be middle game fun all the way.
My name is Fabiano Caruana, and this is Google Autocomplete. What is Fabiano Caruana's favorite chess opening? Oh, I'll have to say the Archangel variation of the Ruy Lopez, which I made a video course on, and it's always been a favorite since I was a child. What does Fabiano Caruana do with C-squared? That's the podcast that I co-host along with Grandmaster Christian Kirilla. We've been doing it for about 2.5 years, and it's been fun. It's the first time that I went into not just playing chess, but also talking about chess. So that was pretty cool. What is Fabiano Caruana's IQ? I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't know. I've never taken a test, as far as I know. I have no idea.
What would be your guess?
I don't even want to guess or know. Either whatever it is, I have no interest in knowing it. Has Fabiano Caruana ever won a world championship? I have not won a world championship. I've played a world championship, but I didn't win it against Magnus in 2018. That was the one time that I played the world championship. What was Fabiano Caruana's career highlight? I think this is similar to the last question. My career highlight was winning the candidates in 2018, and that qualified me for the World Championship. So that was probably the most, the happiest I was after playing a tournament, and the most difficult tournament, and probably the proudest success that I have. How tall is Fabiano Caruana? I think 169 centimeters. I guess that's either 5'6" or 5'7". 169 centimeters. Did Fabiano Caruana go to college? I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I never went to high school. I went to school until I was 12 and then I stopped. I was done with it after that. Is Fabiano Caruana Italian? I have a lot of Italian heritage. I am an Italian citizen. My mother's Italian. I never grew up in Italy. I never lived in Italy, but I have a lot of family there. So I spent a lot of time as a kid visiting them, spending time with my family, and also from my father's side as well. He has a lot of Italian ancestry, and all my grandparents were born in Italy. So from a heritage point of view, I'm very Italian, and also I'm an Italian citizen, but I haven't ever lived there. And although I did represent Italy for many years now, I represent the United States playing chess.
And we are back for Game 8 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. And we came back just in time to catch two moves being played. Ju Wenjun, after a long think, decides to attack the bishop with the knight and force this retreat. Now, very interesting, for Tan, it's Monday morning, or Monday afternoon rather, because it's in China. But, new week, new start, white pieces. And she's playing for the first time with the white pieces in Chongqing, so perhaps she can feel some inspiration from that. And it's quite an interesting position we have on the board. It's a very strategical one in nature, because black is going to be waiting for white to advance, and white has to figure out the best way to do this. So first step, the knight is sidelined on the edge of the board. It can capture the bishop whenever it pleases, but what is white's plan, and what is black's plan in return?
Good question. But first of all, congratulations. You got this absolutely right, Yovi. Knight a5. Yes, I didn't see that move before, but the more I saw it in our analysis, the more I like it. White's plan and black's plan. Black's plan is easy. I think the short-term plan here for black is to unpin the knight, because it is a little bit uncomfortable in black's camp to have this knight pinned. You cannot really do any stuff like hoping for d5, for example, or any sort of style like that. As for white, if black doesn't do anything about this pin, then probably you would like to step down with the knight and then pressurize this knight even more, either with your queen to f3 or even a move like f4. This is something that if white can do it comfortably, white is going to be better. But of course, it's not going to be very easy, because as you mentioned before, whenever the knight moves back to d2, g5 is always something that white has to consider, because there is no longer sacrifice with the knight going to g5. So all of these little nuances, they accumulated. And then what we're going to see, I think it will be just the best of plans from both players.
There's a really interesting approach there from Tan, because maybe we can put the move knight to d2 on our analysis board, because I do think that g5 is virtually forced.
But we have to
And
make a move first.
okay, black plays queen e7 or some random move. I don't think it
Okay,
really
queen
matters.
e7, knight
Queen
d2.
e7, knight d2, f4 is coming, and white starts, licking their teeth in anticipation, licking their lips rather. So f4 is in the air, not licking their teeth. That's not even an expression, Yovi. Okay, so I'm thinking g5 has to be played. Has to be played because you want to control the breakthrough square f4. But, okay, now the reason I find this really interesting, we have seen a reluctance from Ju to make such moves. And I'm specifically thinking of yesterday's game. So yesterday's game, she had a choice with the white pieces, to go g3 and potentially weaken the light squares or do something else. And she chose to do something else. She chose to come up with the queen to h5. And she felt that was the best thing. Do you think that she will just embrace the complications after g5? Because there's no going back from the fact that white will have a target on f5.
Yeah, g5 is obviously it is playable if you're in the fighting mood. Yeah, why not? I mean, I myself played this move so many times in this type of position, in this type of opening. But let's also explore. I just would like to put it on the board that we also have another option here. Let's say we take this one, you take it with the pawn, and then unpin yourself by playing queen e6. This is also playable. Although you see, like positionally, it is better for white. I think because white has more developed pace, and you just have literally more plans to play in this position that you can come up with f4 or you can come up with d4 at some point. But we have a move here, and knight takes b3 is already played. Tan took it with the a pawn instantly, and now we'll see what sort of ideas that Ju Wenjun will come up with.
Yes, we are definitely going to be seeing what Ju Wenjun will do to just unravel herself from this pin. Because, okay, it's not a deadly pin, shall we say, but it is annoying, and it is preventing black from developing freely. The queen wants to come out to e7. But one thing that we, is just, what did she play? She played queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Queen e7, yeah. Okay, so we've actually gotten our prediction game spot on. Actually, queen e7.
And now, if white would like to pressurize this knight, you have to move this knight, because after queen e6, you don't have this pressure anymore, and then it's either you have to take the knight on f6 or you do something else. So I still like our idea knight d2, but on the other hand, I feel like every move like that, when you are withdrawing your pieces to backward like that, it doesn't feel natural for me. So in this Italian, whenever you have a pawn on c3, naturally you would like to play d4, and probably it is the time now. Let's say it. If you play d4, I understand the pawn is hanging, but I don't think it is takeable because the queen is standing on the e file. Rook e1 might come very handy for white. But what I like seeing in this position is it is an opposite colored bishop position, and it's going to be exciting if they keep these opposite colored bishops till the end. So Yovi, please help me. After d4, what shall black do in this position?
Yeah, and I just wanted to piggyback on your point. Opposite color bishops, that's like a recurring theme in this whole match. They've had so many opposite color bishops, where one side has a really good bishop, the other one has a really bad bishop. And so here I do think that I agree, black shouldn't blink and capture in the center, because that simply favors white. White will now get the majority in the middle, and also you can back that up with a rook coming to e1. And I agree, you cannot touch the pawn on e4. You'd have to take a lot of risks to get there. Hang on a second. Having said that, I do remember some lines. Okay, let's let's analyze whilst the players are thinking, because my first reaction was simply just to hold still the center. But let's investigate capturing, and then
Okay.
this is the thing: capture and then go g5, because
Okay.
I remember that I dabbled once in these e4 e5s, and I guess are you taking with the queen?
With the queen, yes. I was about to
Yeah.
say bad news for you, Yovi. I'm taking with the queen. So instead of trying to pressure this knight over f3 square, I can easily do so from d square. And this is still not takeable because, oops, this is a tactics. You can just take f6, and the queen is now n3, and the knight was just captured. So you just lose on the spot, and then you're down a piece. So, and in this position, if you cannot do anything about this knight, it's guaranteed it's going to be doubled pawns, and there are no surrounding pawns around this f7, f6. So you can play a very good technical position there. And don't forget, this is what Levy likes as well. A rook lift. You go to a5 and potentially you put over here after doubling up the pawns over here. Yeah, it's just a very nice plan. So let's go to your original plan of just holding still in the center. So let's not take it. The downside of that part is, again, rook f5 is an additional idea pressuring the e5 pawn. But if you don't take it, let's say you play g5. Although in this position you cannot sacrifice it like what we saw in other position, or maybe you can? I don't think so.
I think you can.
Maybe you still can.
I don't know.
Yeah, you still can. Wow. I'm amazed.
f4 is still coming.
f4 is still coming, queen f3 is still coming, and then still, if you take this, queen takes d4, and then you can say goodbye to this knight. King comes here, but yeah, you have f4 just in time. Oh, another rook leaf from f3 to g3. It's going to be very beautiful. Oh, okay. Now again, the same story. The more I see this d4 as a possibility, the more I like it after queen e7. So instead of playing like a bit passive or defensive like knight d2, why not moving forward and attack the center?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, we have also some guidelines that can help the black player. So for instance, they always say that when white plays d4, what you should start doing is start pressuring the center. And you can do that with moves such as bishop to g4. So you want to get in pawn takes pawn, followed by capturing on e4. But the whole point is that you want to make white determine the state of the play there. So either white is forced to capture on e5, in which case the play clarifies, or d5, and suddenly we understand exactly what needs to be done. So I do like this. Put pressure on in the middle.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right, Yovi. Yes, this bishop g4 move is something that you have to consider it, because it looks like from a positional point of view, the more you trade pieces in this position, the better you'll be. So now the question is whether you keep the tension on the center or you push d5, guaranteed you have space advantage. But the downside of that decision is you close down the position and play some positional chess, like in the endgame with 3 major pieces on the board. Or also, what else can you play
also,
here?
Don't forget that hanging over the whole position for both white and black is this positional idea of going g5 and locking out the dark square bishop.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Although I'm not very confident in that strategy anymore, because now e5 is being attacked. So whenever it happens, bishop g3 comes with a tempo. But first you have to...
No, I was going to say completely agree, but it's something that hangs over the position, just because if white closes the center and the tension is gone, then suddenly it becomes a lot more tempting to go g5, bishop is locked out of play, and we then get this type of very sharp, very murky positions.
I love Marquee. So, oh, but we have something else on the board. It is Rook E1, so it's not D4. So Tan Zhongyi is just preparing. There's nothing to prepare actually because E4 was not hanging. I mean, if her intention is to play D4, she could have done that right away. But all right, I guess she's being a bit too cautious of the position. And let's see your idea again, Yovi, about this bishop g4 because it's still like I think one of the best ideas that Black can come up with. And also the drawback of immediate queen a6 was the bishop was still on c8. It's like closing down this diagonal. But now after bishop e6, maybe queen a6 could be the follow-up plan. So
Right. Questions, right? And again, for white, has to come up with an idea how to deal with that annoying pin. So first thing, because queen e6 is coming, h3 is a question that I would like to just put to you in general anyhow.
H3, yes. Is it taking taking the knight on f3 or bishop h5? Yeah, because if I play bishop h5, I think you're gonna play g4, right?
Yes.
And then bishop here, and then the knight is free to go. And now you actually don't want to push d4. You would like to keep this one under control with the d3 pawn and come up with some other plan. Like now maybe the move knight d2 works, and maybe you would like to maneuver it in such a way, putting it on e3 so that the knight can not necessarily jump to f5 because it would be just a trade. But one thing that I remember from that classical game, Winter Steinitz, is when this bishop is being caged, you don't touch anything on this side. You switch your battle, you switch your attention on this side. And maybe after this happens, you can just move, let's say, knight d2, f3, bishop f2, everything to the queen side. So this is one battle plan that white can do. Although after bishop g4, how good of endgame is after bishop takes here? Okay, h3, bishop takes f3, queen f3. There will be a double pawn here, queen e6. So if you don't take it now, the knight will escape. But if you take it now, queen takes, and this position. Okay, the evolver says this is better for white, but how much better it actually is?
Well, it's very comfortable for white. And there's some natural plans, such as going f4 immediately, inviting triple pawns. And there's just somehow or other, it looks very nice for white because white is the only one that has the possibility to open up the position. So say, for instance, if white doubles up on the f line, they hold the key to opening up the f line.
That's true.
The black rook is going to be passive on f8. Also, when we look at the potential of the kings, the white king can just, run to the center. The black king cannot do the same.
Yep.
Also, when we look at the open A line, we also can see that, say white were to get in b4, b5, the A pawn is going to be a horrendous target. So I would not touch this one with the black pieces. I feel like this is going to be an exercise in suffering, and it's very difficult to have that kind of position on the board. You have to have a special type of temperament, which not that many of us have.
Yep, you are absolutely right, Yuvi. Yeah. This type of endgame was surely something that at the first glance, you might think that this is drawish, but the more you think about it, the more that you might dislike your own position as black, because there is no point of going into an inferior endgame where you still have other options on the board. So I totally agree with you. So it looks like, yeah, this one is very comfortable and black can just pretty much play anything. And one of the ideas you mentioned, I absolutely agree. Double up the rook on the F file, and yeah, I'd like to see some king march, like on h5, the king is untouchable. We've seen so many games, like so many grandmasters game like this as well. But okay, let's come back to the original position after rook e1. So we looked at bishop g4, and we also considered queen e6 to unpin the knight immediately, but rook e1 is implying that the next move white is going to play is d4. I don't know whether now is the time, but it looks like, yeah, now is probably the time. Just play d4 right away. You just would like to attack the center, and if you leave a pawn on e5, then it might be a weakness in the end. But if you take it, maybe now, since after the queen, the queen takes is also fine, because your
So nice.
a7 suddenly is under attack too. Wow.
And bishop takes knight is always in the air,
Yeah.
and that construction on the king side, it looks absolutely awful. It's the worst one because it's every single pawn is weak, and as Irene mentioned, all the pieces can come in and make them targets. So can we go back and revisit? Because I'm just looking at this one. If we rewind it to, say, for instance, d4, like when the white. So say you go queen e7, queen e6. I just wanted to kind of highlight one particular feature. This, to my eyes, on a visual sense, just looks clunky. The queen is in the way of the bishop, and there's no connection. And how is the light square bishop going to get out? Are we going to be going b6, a5, bishop b7? I guess that's one idea.
Yeah, but I think that is that's a problem that we just solve later. But for now, I think we also, we have to put our attention over this pawn. What do we do about it? Do we take, or do we hold it still? But if we hold it still, what do we do? One move that crossed my mind, probably, I don't like this type of move, but probably like knight d7 here. So that if you take this, then I would take it back with the knight, and then just keeping the pawn on d6. If you take it like this, then I'll take it with the queen, and then we go to this position, which is of course very balanced. And if you don't take it, there, that is a problem. I think white shouldn't take it. But what can we do? It's a little bit passive for black, but maybe it's something that black should do.
You see, because I like those positions where one side has a very fluid, mobile pawn center. So instinctively, I'm looking at capturing on d5, and after knight takes e5, just going knight d4, and then doing the pushback with f4.
Yep.
And then,
although this type of position, hang on, I can force some trade, right? Oh, look at that. Takes and knight b5. Oh man. Suddenly there's still always the idea to go against the a7 and c7 pawn. Okay, so I cannot play queen g4 then. And you have always this idea, can I try to be a bit ambitious and attack the king? For example, I go here.
yeah, I guess you can, but you're not really threatening anything, because you always have the answer of bishop to g3, just in case there's an attack. So again, either I'm so tempted to go knight b5 and just head for that pawn. So let's put it on the board. Let's be as greedy. Okay, that wasn't the best move. Maybe I needed to respect your plan.
I think you missed bishop g4 in this position.
Yeah. Okay. But okay, so let's retreat the knight back to b5. Okay, so
I like
let's.
the bishop g3. That's
What
a pretty
about
good move.
f4? If I just go
f4.
f4, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's stick with the original because the knight covers stuff on d4, and yeah, if black has to go backwards, then you can see then the white knight will come to b5,
And then this one hangs,
okay,
yeah?
yeah. Or you also have ideas such as
No!
f5.
f5, yes, the queen has to hide on h7. Oh man, it's a sad queen.
Yeah. And it makes sense, right? Because let's go back to the game position. Because literally, we were looking at a line where black went queen e7, queen e6. The knight went to f6, knight d7. And you're forgetting about the bishop on c8. That's not been developed.
Yeah.
So logically, you feel like the position isn't blocked enough to justify this loss of time. So maybe we don't look at queen to e6. Maybe we look at just another move, such as, okay, so we looked at bishop g4. What about if you go b6 and you try to solve the problem, or bishop d7, you try to solve the problem by putting the bishop on c6? You know, just get it on a square. So I'm just thinking b6. Just go b6, bishop b7. Bishop isn't well placed, but you know what? Then you don't get in d4. Oh. And okay. So, well, there's many possibilities in this position, and there we can see that Ju Wenjun, it's not easy to come up with a plan. She basically has to solve this idea of the light square bishop. So she's making the decision, will the bishop come out to g4 and then go into an endgame? Maybe that's where she's very passive. Or will she try to reroute the bishop to a better diagonal? So I was thinking putting the bishop on b7, and again, just building on the tension in the center, saying if white is breaking with d4, well, that's going to open up the long diagonal for the bishop. So, it's a tense position. And there we can see Ju Wenjun. She is spending the time here, even though this is the type of position that she does play excellent chess in. I do think that she will be feeling a little bit uncomfortable with how things have developed. So, yes, okay. Well, let us, I might, as you can see. So, whilst there, we are waiting for Ju Wenjun to come up with a move. I mean, Ju Wenjun has been playing some incredible chess so far. She's been displaying masterclass left, right, and center for us. The way that she's just began her role in game 5, then won in game 6. It all seems to be following this strategy of just getting a very comfortable position where she has a strong hold, and then she will entice her opponent into making these complicated decisions, forcing the nature of the play, and then it's the counterattack where Ju Wenjun is just excellent. And yesterday's game was especially masterful, the way that she invited all of this tension, all of these complexities, and then the endgame, she was prepared to sacrifice a pawn, and everything centered on this bad bishop that Tan Zhongyi had. And for Tan Zhongyi now, she has to think, and she has to kind of just get rid of those ghosts from previous rounds. She's basically in a must-win situation. And there we do see queen to e6 on the board. Now, queen e6, it does, of course, release the whole pressure of this bishop against the knight, but it is not without consequence, as she puts the queen and bishop on slightly awkward squares. So she has to be ready. We were discussing that Tan, she is in a must-win situation, so she needs to be breaking through in the center. So we are going to be looking forward to Tan. Will she take that aggressive decision? It's so difficult for her right now. You know, having lost 3 games in a row. And the problem is if she kind of stops the bleeding and just goes for a draw immediately, well, then that means that Ju Wenjun is 1 point away from retaining her World Championship title. And
Hello, I'm
that
back.
is not an ideal situation. Welcome, Irene.
I don't know what's happened.
I'm so pleased to hear your voice. But I gotta give my hat. I gotta raise my hat to you, Irene, because you called it Queen E6 played on the board, and well, we were discussing that Ju had to break the pin somewhat. But the question remains for Ju. It's all about that light square bishop on c8. She has to find a good role for it. She has to find a way to handle that tension that is going to be building in the center when white gets in d4.
Yeah, definitely. And as soon as you said it, d4 is immediately on the board. Wow, we are in for a positional battle, Yovi. And this is, I like what I'm seeing because, well, we are both neutral to both players, but we also feel a bit heartbroken for Tan Zhongyi because she's lost the games, 3 games back to back to back, and now it is her time to shine, playing with white pieces at 97. Okay, so we analyzed this before, and it's a bit it's solving the problem. So I think Ju Wenjun's approach in this game is. The problem is the knight being pinned. The problem is the pawn on e5 not heavily guarded. And by playing knight d7, she's just trying to solve all those problems in one go. But we analyzed some of the line after knight d7, and most of the lines here, we concluded that it was better for white. So let's take a look one more time. So about this taking on e5, we will see that, and also d5, and then what else shall we see?
So we haven't also looked at what happens if white just stands, makes an improving move, such as queen g3, queen d2, connect the rooks. Another potential idea is just to go bishop to g3. The bishop doesn't have a great post on h4. Maybe you want to increase the pressure on e5. So you have some choices. So we did consider what happens after d takes e5, but we only looked at one capture, which is knight takes e5, and we saw that that's actually no good because white can initiate this big beatback with f4, f5. So it starts off with knight to d4, and yeah, you can see black will quickly find themselves in trouble. So that means only one way to capture on e5, and that was to capture with a pawn. And now the center is very stable, so the play is now going to transfer over to the wings. Is this something that white can work with? Bishop.
Yeah,
Queen d5.
Queen d5 is there, but then it also, if you take, and then let's play f6, this bishop looks like it is being caged, but you can easily free it up by playing knight d2 and then f3, so the bishop can go to f2. This is one way to go, and probably black should be happy about this, even though white is still slightly better, but the queens are off the board, and we go for this endgame again. If not queen d5, what should we do? What about just immediate bishop g3? And then you are, because if you would like to get this bishop out, the knight has to go unless you're planning to play b6. But what I don't like about b6 is long-term plan. You are putting your pawns on the dark square, and they can easily be attacked by your opponent's bishop. But this probably is still playable too. But let's try to be very, very accurate as white in this position, because I believe white has a substantial advantage in this position.
It's easier to play, and I completely agree with you. I think bishop to g3 looks very precise, to be honest with you, because you're almost forcing moves such as f6 because of the pressure against e5. And white's plan seems to be quite straightforward, right? You lift the queen up and then take control of the d line and enjoy.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easier to play this position as white than it is for black. But yeah, this is one way to go. If we would like to close the position, and let's see, by playing d5. So naturally, I would play my queen to g6, just because I see this idea, some breakthrough idea with f5. It looks very, very tempting, and it should be the solution to this problem. So, and we can see as soon as I played d5, the e-file bar is liking it for black. So this is not the right solution. Yeah. Or your move, the development move of the queen d3, queen d2. Which one shall we look at? Queen d2 maybe? Or queen d3?
Queen d2.
Okay.
Queen d2, put it on a dark square,
Mm-hmm.
just in case.
Yeah.
And again.
Then the knight, I think the knight, I was trying to figure this out, because the knight cannot be forever on d7. You have to move it at some point, but where can I put the knight in my dream? So I'd like to maneuver it to f8 and then to g6. And yeah, you're attacking this. And in Italian also is a very typical idea to have an eye over the f4 square. So rook e8.
Mm-hmm. And again, one mustn't be tempted by ideas of going d5. Yes, it's a space gaining move, but the position clarifies and black understands exactly what they need to do with f7, f5. So again, let's increase the tension. How to do that? So we can go pawn takes e5. That's always, to me, incredibly tempting. And okay, well, she steps up with queen.
d3.
And it's queen to d3. And queen to d3. I like this move on principle. Queen is perfectly placed. Rooks are excellently placed. And you know what? Ju has a problem with the bishop on c8. It's not going to be an easy fix to get that one out of dodge, especially if she holds the center with d4 and e4.
Yep. I will still stick to my idea, rook e8 here, so that I can play knight f8. But apparently there is a difference between queen d2 and queen d3. I'm still trying to find what it is. The c7 pawn, Yovi. Now it is possible to play d5, because the idea with queen d3 is you want to play it to c4, and no one can guard this pawn. And then there is en passant in the air as well. So queen has to move to g6 only move, but thanks to all of these pieces, the king is safe, and you can keep playing on the queen side, and then you're going to say goodbye to this pawn.
Yep, that is an important pawn. You don't want to be losing it. It's ironic because a lot of people be like, well, why is that such a big pawn? Because you can just move the knight and then threaten checkmate. But yeah, the bishop on h4 is a fantastic defensive piece. You can just go to g3, and once the base of the pawn chain goes away, then d6 becomes vulnerable. Also a7, b7, they're falling. So yeah. You don't want to be losing this. So there's some danger in the air.
Yeah.
So d5 is the immediate threat, Irene.
Exactly.
So, okay. c6, is that a move that it's not ideal?
It's not ideal. It's not ideal at all, because after After c6, somehow this square of d6, I'm just envisioning all this idea with taking this, and you can put something on d6 letter. Yeah, it's not ideal, but it's got to be punished. And white has to do it right away. And also another idea is, is it possible? No, I don't think queen exchange is possible right now. Or maybe just double up the major pieces on the back rank. But we have a move. Ju Wenjun just play
A6.
a6.
Okay. So how does A6? No, but first up, because we uncorked the fact that D5 is a big threat in the air, right?
Yes.
D5 followed by Queen C4. So
I saw something. Yes, B5 is the idea, UV. So in the event of D5, Queen G6, Queen here, you can play Knight C5, I guess. If B4 happens, then B5, and then maybe you can put it on A4 even. But okay, I made some inaccuracy in this analysis, and let's find what happened. So after
started, you can go. I think D5 is. Oh, I thought D5 was correct, and they say after Queen G6 you can go B4. The pawn on C7 isn't running away.
B4 immediately.
There's a no-go.
No, E5 is hanging. What am I talking about? Here, E5 is hanging. Hang on. So it's still a threat then. So what Ju Wenjun has in mind after D5? Could it be just Queen E8, Queen C4, G5?
Has to be Queen E8.
And after Queen C4, you cannot afford losing this pawn, so probably you play G5, and then Queen D8.
Well, you can still go Knight C5, Irene.
Knight C5. Right, and then B5 is still on the air. What's the difference then between Queen G6 and Queen E8?
With the Queen on E8, the Queen guards the E5 square. On Queen G6, she's far away. And in fact, the knight comes to E5 and attacks her.
Oh, that's right, so E5. Yeah, that's the whole idea, to stop it. Yeah. Okay, that is a very cunning way. Here and then B5, and then the knight can jump to A4 and it should be fine. There's no knight E5. And I like this move. Now I see it. I like this move. It's it's a provocation. It's a provocation move to Yovi. Like, I allow you to play D5. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to anticipate it. And if Tan Zhongyi played D5, then it already clarified the matter around the center, and it is in Black's interest. This position is totally quite an achievement for Black, because now there's no more tension around the center, and Black can safely try to anticipate White's idea one by one. Because okay, you want to go C7, there's an anticipation. Where else do you want to go? Then I will just follow suit. And fixing up this pawn structure is never really a good idea for White, because F5 is always in the air in the right time. So okay, we can rule out that D5 is not a good idea, but what else can be done here?
Well, the one thing that concerns me about Ju's play is that it feels, how to put it, almost one-dimensional, in the sense that perhaps it's not actually conducive to the greater good. So A6, it doesn't improve Black's position generally. The queen on E6, the knight on D7, this is not a harmonious structure. So yes, it fights against D5 very well, but that's just one plan that White has. And what concerns me is that if Tan just keeps it flexible, doesn't determine the center, then there is no response. So say, for instance, if you just go, I'm thinking you can either go rook A to D1 or rook E to D1, but let's just pick a random rook A to D1. What will be the answer there? There's also other ideas, such as, for instance, put the rook back to a1. I mean, I'm just thinking of several ways to fight this a6, is that you can still go b4 with the idea of going b5. There's also d takes e5 instead of b4. There's so many things where a6 isn't the improving move.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Yes, but I guess in this position as well, it's very hard to come up with solution that can solve everything at once, because we have to understand as well that the position is better for white. So black is just playing according to white's plan at the moment. It feels like almost the same thing like yesterday's game too. So we'll see if Tan Zhongyi will manage to keep everything under control until the end and not crumble into an inferior position just like game 7 yesterday. And we have a move, rook a1 is already played. And you're right, I think she's just going to pass the turn while trying to improve the position little by little. And then asking this question to Ju Wenjun, what are you going to do next? Because you still have so many things to solve. Your pieces are still not developed. Everything is still pretty much only queen and knight they're developed, but look at white's pieces, everything is working and they are pretty much in harmony. But as we could also see from this game, this is what Wenjun was also doing. Her queen is over there, her knight was over there, but somehow with accurate play and then transpose it to the end game, she got a better rhythm and managed to beat Tan Zhongyi in such a manner. So here, I think patience is the key. Yovi, you wouldn't like to react so much to anything on the board, but again, it's a double-edged situation, because if you wait for far too long, then you might not be able to come back with all the right tempo, right timing for your pieces. But if you react too much, then you might get punished right away. So it's a very double-edged situation, and Ju Wenjun is trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Precision is everything in this type of position, because you have to moderate everything to perfection. Right, as you say, when white has that moment, you have to strike. If you don't strike, you might allow black to consolidate. The same goes for black. Black has to consolidate in the right way, can't react too hard, like with moves like g5 or whatever. You can't be doing anything like that. You have to be patient. You have to keep on waiting, almost doing nothing. So I'm expecting Ju Wenjun not to blink in the center, not to make any concessions with c6, b6, or anything like that. I'm expecting some calm move like rook e8. There's a problem with rook e8. You know it was met by d5.
Right. Yeah. Still, the problem is still there. I'll just put it again on the board. Like if rook e8, you're taking over this square for the queen. Although, hang on, what's going to be the move then after d5? Queen g6. Can I play queen here? No, it's fine, because e8 rook is protecting e5, so you don't have this knight e5 anymore. So, Yovi, this might be the move then. Just one development at a time. And also the idea with rook e8 is, you might transpose this knight to f8 and put it on better square on g6, or keep it on f8 so that you can play bishop d7, for example. And but this bishop is still a little nuanced there. It's protecting this d8 square so that the rook cannot come there. But let's solve this problem one step at a time. So rook e8, I like that move. Out of all the waiting moves here, I think rook e8 suiting my style.
Right, definitely. I again, looking for a move to play. I mean, you're basically looking at moves such as b6 or rook e8. You cannot lash out with moves like f5. I mean, one big red flag in the position is it's just the black queen and the knight that are developed. So if you open up the positions, accelerate play, white is ready with a whole army for that opening, whereas it's only a queen and knight doing the business. So you have to bide your time. You have to keep the position as closed as possible. And I don't see any other move other than rook e8. Can we look at b6?
B6, okay. Yeah, the problem with B6, is there any problem with B6? I don't think so. Yeah, you would like to solve this problem, right, with the bishop on C8, and
Yeah.
you'd like to move it. Yep.
Also, it just occurred to me, Irene, am I being unambitious with b6? Should black be actually going b5?
Oh, I don't
Take the
think so.
space?
I don't think so, because this a6 pawn, I was planning to have b6 and a5. I think this is fine, but if you play b5, I think a6 will be the backward pawn, and it can, it is a permanent weakness until the end of the game. So yes, you gain space, but at the same time, it is a permanent weakness here. You have a static, probably a static advantage with the space around there, but yeah, at what cost?
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you. So, okay, let's rewind and take a look at b6. It's a nice developing move. The bishop is going to come into the game, and black can breathe a huge sigh of relief. Okay, so first up, we got to look at those forcing moves. What happens with the big opening in the center?
You would like to take the e5 pawn?
Yeah, just, because all of white's pieces are primed for that one.
And after queen d5, I think you're forced to take it because it's attacking this as well. So if you take this, probably take it with the pawn maybe. And this one is hanging, only move maybe f6.
f6.
And how to continue here? Oh, we have a move.
And it is rook e8.
Rook e8, yes.
Okay, so again, she's getting ready for the opening in the center. And Tan, she can just improve her position. One more move. She can go h3, just create that safety net for the king. She can drop the bishop back to g3. She can just wait it out. And
I'm not going to be that patient as white, but we have a move, bishop g3, as already played. Aha! It's preventing the knight to go to f8, UV.
Yep, that knight is tied to d7. And it's also potentially setting up d takes e5.
Yep, d takes e5, and then d takes e5. And what's next?
Well, there's no magic fireworks going on here. It's just simply that white has got control over the d line, and so you just go about improving the position. That's it. You want to double up on the d line with the rooks and just improve the knight from f3. Small things like that.
Yeah, white is taking a baby step in this position. I was just wondering, usually I don't like this type of move, but I'm asking myself whether it is fine to play this move, f6. Probably it's still fine right now, although, yeah, probably it's fine. It's just that all these light squares, they look a bit weak, but you don't have the light square bishop anyway. And we have a move there. What is it? b5.
b5. And this was something that we were cautioning against. Ultimately, we thought it might be okay, but it does come with some drawbacks, namely the pawn on a6. That's now a target. This is a backward pawn. There's a square on a5 to occupy. And perhaps it's because Ju has been on a roll. She's won 3 games in tremendous style, and she's feeling ambitious because just remember, all she needs is 1.5 points.
Yep.
If she wins this one, well, Tan must win every single game from then on, and that's going to be mission impossible. Also, if she draws this, then hey, that's 1 point away from becoming world champion again. And she's got to have it at the back of her mind, that She'll be 5-time women's world champion. She'll be the 4th woman in history to do this. That's a huge, huge achievement. I mean, you're amongst the greats. So the ones who have done it. So there's Vera Menchik. I think we ran through this before, but memory test, Irene. No, but for those viewers who didn't catch that, there's 3 women who have won the World Championship at least 5 times. So Vera Menchik is the OG.
And
She won it 5 times.
Gaprindashvili and Chibudanidze.
Correct. And
Yay.
Georgian Culmination. Can you believe, like, Gaprindashvili and Chibudanidze together, they were at the top of women's chess for 30 years.
Wow.
That's
amazing.
Huge. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So before we analyze this position again, when we already conclude that A6 will be the backward weakness there, Ju Wenjun is being aggressive because, I think everything has literally come into her way. You see how yesterday's game and what game was that when Tan Zhongyi was winning, but she also missed it and the game ended with a draw. Was it game 3 or game 4? Game 4.
Game 4.
It reminded me of this psychological experiment, Yovi. There's a class of like an equal skill of students, but they were being separated into 2 groups. And they are given actually exactly the same questions, let's say 6 questions. And then the higher the number, the more hard the question is. One group is being given question number 4, 5, 6, it's group A. And then another group is being given 1, 2, 3. And remember, the higher the number, the more difficult the question is. And it's about confidence. So the second group who tried to solve question 1 to 3, in the beginning, they could solve 4, 5, 6 because they have this confidence within them that, hey, this is my question. I belong to this question. I can solve everything. But the other group who tried the question 4, 5, 6 and already starting with difficult questions and then coming to question 1 to 3, they cannot solve every single thing, even the easiest question. So this reminds me of the match as well. Like everything comes to Ju Wenjun's way, even though she made some inaccuracy so far. But will she get punished in the end? And on the other hand, it's going to be very hard for Tan Zhongyi to play or to fight this battle psychologically, because I think she also understands that this B5 move is giving some chance for white, but she also would question herself, like, why did Wenjun do this? This is objectively bad for the long term, for the endgame ladder. But then the question to herself, will I be able to punish this? And knight d2 is, by the way, on the board. So I guess this is a perfect response to it. She's not changing anything at all. But in the meantime, it is Wenjun who is shaking things up, because now knight d2 is already on the air. And I have a suspicion, Yovi, that even though we have 2 rooks in the center right now, then a few moves later, this rook pretty much will go back to a1.
Yeah, and with knight to d2, well, Tan is also signaling that she's ready for the fight, because maybe she's planning f2, f4, really creating maximum tension there in the center. I also agree with you. White does have the flexibility to move the rook over to a1 and divert the attention that way. And when it comes to your point about confidence, absolutely. I remember hearing a saying a few years ago that the higher the ego, the higher the elo. and they always say that there's 2 crimes in chess. You can be overconfident and you can be underconfident. And the worst one by far is to be underconfident. When you don't trust your abilities, then you're not going to take those active decisions. You're not going to seize those critical moments. And you're going to give way too much respect to your opponent. I mean, we saw that yesterday. There were some fantastic opportunities for Tan, starting with that incredible bishop to e2. Yesterday's game, by the way, if you haven't watched it or you haven't caught it, it's well worth playing through. Some fantastic tactical motifs, and again, also some amazing strategy from Ju Wenjun as well. And Tan wasn't looking for them. And maybe she wasn't feeling confident. Maybe it was just like a throwback from, the previous games where she'd lost 2 in a row. And then suddenly those little negative decisions had that impact in herself. And one of the hardest things in life, Irene, is actually making yourself believe and not letting those setbacks defeat you. Because you were talking about a psychology experiment. I also saw one a few days ago, in fact, where half of the class were given really easy anagrams to solve and the other half were given impossible. I mean, it couldn't be completed. Maybe you've seen this experiment
Yeah.
before. And it's funny because the other class are like half the class are kind of like finishing, and they're beaming with happiness, and the other side of the class are literally like, I'm such an idiot. Why are they finding the answers so quickly and we cannot figure out a single one? And yeah, it was amazing how just not being able to solve something could make someone feel so little in a
Yeah.
space of a few minutes. So big uphill task for Tan, but it's possible. You just have to dig deep, and well, we'll see what she's made of, right?
Well, she's definitely made of steel, Yovi, and I'm very happy to see this move nightly too. Not only that, she's being flexible with her plan. I just saw in the corner of my eye that maybe you would also like to get F4 into play. Like this is not a total nonsense because you'd like this bishop to somehow back into action too. F4 is opening that one up while maintaining all the center. Like you still have a pawn on d4 and a pawn on e4, and the more pawns you have in the center, the better it is. Knight d2 is also protecting e4 pawn. So now knight f6 is back knight d7 is back to f6, even though the pawn on e4 is no longer under attack. But now there is a question whether f4 is a good move over here or not. I don't think so right now, because with this inclusion of knight f6, this bishop b7 is ready to also attack e4 in the end. So there is no reason to open up the center as of now.
Yeah, you'd have to calculate that one. And well, it's our job, Irene. Shall we look at what happens if you do go f4? I know initially we're like, not so sure about that. But there you can see the evaluation bar just slide down all the way in black's favor. Okay, so let's work out why it's not possible. Presumably,
Then
it's
you can
just
just
simply you
take.
capture and you get ready for the opening. Bishop b7. Yeah.
Yeah. And the problem is if you push this one up, wow, this bishop is the awoken beast. As we've seen in a few games in their match here, where the bishop on b7. Well, not yesterday's match, because when you got the bishop to b7, that was actually a blunder. But in this position, you can say hello to all sort of attack here. Queen g4 is coming, just for instance, and you have to solve this problem first. If you play bishop here, then the knight will come in like this. So yeah, that is the reason why I think knight f6 is a very good positional move, because it prevent f4 from happening. Well, it doesn't really prevent it. It's just anticipating if f4 still happens, then black will be standing better, because somehow when the center is open, the bishop on c8 is ready to join the attack on e4. And we know the best protection for your pawn is with another pawn. And once this position happens, you cannot really protect this pawn with another pawn, apart from pushing it to e5, but this just weakens your defense. So we can put f4 aside, because this is not a very good candidate move for Tan Zhongyi. But what else can we come up with?
Okay, so yeah, like you say, time to rest that idea. But we have other ideas that involve opening up the position, and let's have a look at them. So what about c4? Is that even something that one should be considering? There's also a few tactical motifs Okay, I can see that it's not, the evaluation bar is not disapproving of my suggestion, which is always a good sign. But I just wanted to mention there was some tactical ideas, and that the queen on e6 stands in front on the same line as the white rook, and this means that there could be some possibility for queen takes rook, but also the other way around, right? So it just adds that extra dimension of spiciness. So c4, plenty of ways for Tan to accelerate play, but the choice is entirely in her hands. And before we dive in, we're going to go on our longer break. But do remember that Twitch is just better with a subscription to Chess24. Your sub unlocks exclusive emotes made just for the Women's World Championship, entertaining content during breaks, plus an ad-free experience on chess.com. So use !subscribe in chat to level up. And if you are subscribed, please enjoy this sneak peek of Fabiano answering some of the world's most pressing questions. And we'll be right back after this break.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you, so you're just gonna hold them, read them, and answer them.
Okay. Oof. Chess is often described as a game of deep strategy. How do you stay focused and avoid burnout after intense training sessions or games? I think like having a break from chess sometimes, because if you're just playing nonstop, which I sometimes tend to do, you can really get burned out and then lose motivation, and then you sit at the board wondering why you're there. And that's usually a bad sign for your chess. So definitely taking a break sometimes. What was the moment you realized you could become one of the top chess players in the world? I think that it was a kind of a process that took a while for me after my teenage years, because there were moments when I was not so confident and when I wasn't sure about my improvement. And then probably like the pivotal moment was 2012, when I did really well in a tournament and I rose in the rankings in the Tata Steel tournament in 2012. And then after that, things kind of went well for that year, and that was probably the moment. But I was already between 19 and 20 that year, and I had already like had success, but there's definitely a difference between having success and then having the success to become one of the best players. In your view, what separates the world's best players from the rest? I think a lot is very circumstantial too. And it's like very fine details. So it's not like one specific thing. A lot of it is, psychological things like being able to deal with disappointments and losses, which come inevitably, and also motivation, which is very individual. But you really need that motivation to stay, just even to play and not to get depressed. Playing chess tournament after tournament, sometimes dealing with a lot of disappointments, sometimes having a lot of successes. Don't get too down on yourself when you're doing badly. That's definitely a big part of it. But there's like a million details. You've had a career that spans so many years. What has been the most significant evolution you've noticed in your own game over time? Well, I think for me, it's probably different for everyone. But as I've gotten more experience and a bit older, I've definitely gotten a bit more intuitive and perhaps also lost a bit of the intensity that I had when I was younger and maybe a bit weaker and lacked the understanding, but compensated a bit more with intensity. So that's a bit of a trade-off, I think, for players who have played for a long time. If you could change one rule or aspect of competitive chess, what would it be and why? I don't know what I would change. I would definitely change never-ending tiebreaks, so we don't have any split world championships anymore.
Over the past 40 years, China shaped the modern chess landscape, producing some of the game's best players. One of them is Ju Wenjun, the current women's world champion. Since 1991, 6 of the 11 women's world chess champions have come from China, holding the title for a combined 25 years. No matter what happens in this match, the title will stay in China. This is the second straight Women's World Championship and third in the last 7 years that will feature 2 Chinese players. Ju has been the champion since 2018 when she won the title from Tan Zhongyi. Her most recent title defense came against another Chinese player, Lei Tingjie, in 2023. Now, Tan Zhongyi is back, determined to reclaim her title. With top players like Ding Liren, Wei Yi, and Yu Yangyi, China continues to make its mark at every level. The 2025 Women's World Championship is just the latest showcase of how dominant China has been in chess.
The London system haters better start looking for a place to hide after this video. Eyes wide open, this is pure fire, folks. And Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and this masterpiece of a game was played between Tan Zhongyi and Vachier-Lagrave at the Candidates Tournament. The battle starts off with a bank, a London Jubaba system. A6 is necessary before knight c6, just to stop knight b5. Hey, don't hang all your pieces, my friend, I'm watching you. After the exchange of light square bishops, we land in a pretty solid position. The only imbalance, the pawns out of our house with f3. No trespassing allowed. Phase 2, launch the knight into attack. This is Sparta! We avoid piece trades, because let's be honest, that's boring, and the queen gets in on the action too. After knight h5, the first real threat hits, queen to g5. Now g5 is a great move. Open up some lines, bring the pain. Black tries to close it all up, but positionally speaking, this is a total train wreck. After knight f4, if black plays something slow like knight c7, white goes knight g6, and then knight f6, and boom, mate with tomato, avocado, and a little spicy mayo. Vachier-Lagrave, desperate, throws in e5, but knight f6 is a knockout punch. Black resigned here, since after king g7, knight takes e7 comes, followed by gf6, winning some material. And that's all she wrote. Lights out!
And we are back on this beautiful Monday in the mega city of Chongqing as we are waiting Tan Zhongyi to make a decision. Now the position is, in no other words, like tense. It is very, very complicated position in a strategical manner where Tan Zhongyi, she is finding a way, she's pondering all of the complications and how she can break open the position, or whether she should just simply let things be and just wait it out. Now, it's a complicated decision, especially for her, because Tan Zhongyi is essentially in a must-win situation. She's trailing the match 3 points, and every half point that she concedes to Ju Wenjun, well, that means that Ju is actually half a point closer to be Women's World Champion for the 5th time. Difficult decisions to be made, because instinctively, Irene, you feel like maybe now is the time to strike, especially before black gets developed with the bishop coming to b7 and the black rooks are able to get centralized. You almost feel like c4, b4, something is in the air.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Yovi. I like all the waiting moves that Tan Zhongyi did so far. Not only that they're waiting moves, they're also a preparation move. So now This is something that I was not suggesting before because the knight was on d7, but now the knight has gone to f6. I like your idea with c4. This is one way to break open the position. Another way is to utilize this backward pawn, this weakness. So I think it also worth consideration to play a move like b4. f3 should be also in the air if you would like to move your knight to b3 because you cannot let this one loose. And then this is just a plan because it's very hard to go this position in a concrete way because this is such a technical, such a positional position that you have to treat it very patiently. So what I can envision in this position is, yeah, I'd like to get that pawn on a6 to be weakened and putting everything on the queen side again. And after knight b3, let's say a move like d5, it's another thing to consider. The nice thing about knight on b3 is such move like bishop b7 will be met with knight a5. This is just the fission. And then rook goes back to a1, attacking this pawn. This is one idea to come up with some game plan and then trying to exploit your opponent's weakness. But your idea c4 is also something that I like. It's just a different plan. With c4, you would like to play in the center. And as for now, I don't see a way for white to play in the king side, actually, because anything to do with the king side, I think it is in black's interest, because the more you open the king side, the better it is for black. So I think for now, we can sort out the option to play in the center or to play in the queen side. Which one do you think Tan Zhongyi will choose, Yovi?
Well, it's an interesting question, right? Because if it had been Ju playing white, I would say, okay, Ju, she doesn't like to commit pawns. She likes to improve the pieces. And I would definitely say Ju is going to be playing f3. f3, stabilize the center, and maybe reroute the knight from knight f1, knight e3, and then into knight f5. But because it's Tan, and Tan is what is an essentially a must-win scenario, I'm also looking at your pawn breaks. I do think f3 will be played regardless because it's such a nice move, right? You just stunt the bishop on b7, have it facing a granite wall, and then you can get on with your own ideas. And so I'm kind of looking at the direction of b4, c4 as well. And whilst Tan is thinking about things, let's kind of explore b4. Because it has a very nice idea of, getting ready to reroute the knight to b3 to a5, and you're just cementing a6 as a weakness. So what would be the response from black after this? Bishop b7?
I think bishop b7, yeah.
Okay.
One thing that I also note is, Yovi, this is an idea that we have in our pocket, right? b4 or c4. But the similarity of those ideas is the inclusion of f3 pawn. So maybe it's best to just put it right now and then see what your opponent is coming up with the next move, and then we choose which pawn that we would like to push, whether it is b4 pawn or c4 pawn, or your idea with knight f1 e3 is also very nice. I think we can start it safely by playing f3 first.
Yeah, f3 also. You remember before the break, we were kind of discussing that there are tactical possibilities in the air. So, like, if you take back f3, I just wanted to highlight that there is the possibilities of, say, for instance, back rank ideas. So, say you went b4. I just wanted to highlight. And then black can do ideas like this. It's not very good, but it's just to be aware of e takes d4 and c takes d4. And I'm just putting that out just to show everyone, and that you can do moves like knight to d5 or d5 with the idea that e takes d5 is going to be met with queen takes rook.
Yeah. Yeah, I think f3 is the principled move. It's solving many problems. It's solving your back rank problem. It's solving the pawn on e4 problem, because it also can be, well, soon it's going to be the target of attack, because when bishop b7 is on the board, then you have to start thinking on how to protect e4. So f3 will be played sooner or later. So, okay, suppose f3 is what Tan Zhongyi will play in this position, then we also have to come up with an accurate plan here for Ju Wenjun. I still like bishop b7 because it looks pretty active. And now we can explore this position with the next move c4 and the next move b4. Which one should I try first, Yovi?
Well, we can just flip the coin and just decide. So I think we go for b4. b4, maybe we've got ideas of going knight b3.
Yep, that was my whole intention. And another idea after knight b3 is somehow that there is a possibility of capturing this pawn, because you want to put the knight on c5, but we have a move. What it is, she played b4 right away. This is perfectly into her style, because when you mentioned about c4, objectively it is a good move, but I've seen her play so many times and play against her myself. She likes to squeeze the position, and c4 is giving your opponent a direct option. Hey, what should I do? Taking c4 or not taking c4, or or even a position like this. It's clarifying the center. After c4, let's say pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and at least it is a better center right now for black to take care of. There is no more weakness on e5, and here you can think about playing bishop b7 right away. It feels like, of course, the evaluation bar is still siding white, but it feels like for white pieces, you would like to have more pawns in the center in order to keep everything under control. So that's why b4 is suiting Tan Zhongyi's styles more, and this is why I suggested this move. But now, what do you think? Bishop b7?
Yeah, I think bishop b7, and that's going to be met with f3 regardless. It's interesting, Irene, that you mentioned that you played Tan many times. You kind of grew up alongside her playing in Asian championships. What was she like when she was a junior, when she was younger? I mean, did you guys have that feeling that she was going to be something special from a very early age?
Yeah, I mean, she was always one of the top female players ever since I started playing against her. And the way she played is, in some position, she could be quite predictable, but in some positions, she's very much unpredictable. In this position, however, where there are so many things going on, and it's a very close position, it takes experience to actually predict her moves, but I've grown into this feeling that she likes to squeeze. She doesn't like to clarify. She likes to squeeze, and then giving her opponents more options to think about. And yeah, she's been quite impulsive. This is what I know, and that's why in 10 of our games I could win 3. It's because sometimes she played the moves just too fast and I could punish her. But if she got everything under control, such as this one, she's going to be such a beast. And now we have a move, Yovi, after b4. It's not bishop b7, but Wenjun is playing an aggressive move, knight h5, trying to capture this bishop, and that way, there's going to be less problem on e5.
Right. And maybe this was a little bit more accurate than going bishop b7, because there we were responding with f3, and the center was pretty stable. With the knight coming to h5 immediately, well, there's no retreat square for that bishop.
There's no retreat.
Maybe
yes.
a little bit more double-edged to go knight to f1, because the center feels a little bit more loose. Or maybe it's just nothing.
I don't think it's anything, to be honest, because imagine the position when this knight on h5 is exchange with the bishop on g3 so that we come to the position where it is knight versus bishop. Again, we have to see that this is a close position and with a backward pawn on a6. I think I would be happy with the trade as white. So I think in this position, white should not react. White should just keep going with her plan. Knight b3 is there. f3 is still there. Yeah, and knight b3 was already on the board. So yeah, just don't react to this knight h5. Just keep sticking to the plan on the queen side, and this is exactly what Tan Zhongyi is doing.
Right. And the plan for Ju is simply to capture the bishop, and that will allow her to, after any potential d takes e5 from white, to not capture with the pawn, but to capture with the queen. That's I guess is her response. No, I'm saying that if you capture, say you capture the knight with the pawn.
e5, is it?
Yeah, yeah, sorry, I'm just like constantly leapfrogging to what happens should white capture on e5. So that's why Ju is playing knight to h5. So she's just anticipating a potential d takes e5.
Yeah. You have to capture it back with the queen. You cannot afford capturing it back with the pawn because, wow, the knight will be very, very happy on c5. It's such a nice outpost for the knight. So Ju Wenjun is preparing for that. So let's say you put bishop b7. It might not be the most accurate move at this point, but it's like, hey, knight c5 is on the air. So let's say you would like to take this one, but you have this one first. And however you take it, now you take this one with the queen, and this might be the position that Ju Wenjun would like, but you have to think about knight a5 too, actually. But this shouldn't be a problem. Be brave. Just take e4. e4 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. That's a very nice point. But it's not an easy decision because say after bishop to b7, what is the response if white were to go knight a5 immediately?
That's very true. Yeah, knight a5 immediately. I don't think the bishop should go back. Probably it's rook b8. And also, I don't think the knight would like to take on the bishop anyway. But that's the question as well. Yeah. Again, whenever you take this, the bishop on g3 has to be captured first, and then you capture e5 with the queen. So there's always that. Maybe. If rook goes to b8, maybe now it's time to close the position by playing d5 and then c4.
Yeah. I was also thinking rook a1.
That's true.
But there's
bishop.
But you
e4
can be brave though. Yeah, the e4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, I think this position is very, very comfortable. Let's say queen here. Okay, c4 is there, but imagine the position with knight takes b7. Like, okay, just play this position for the sake of this pawn, and then put your rook back to a1. You'll be very much comfortable in the endgame.
Yeah, it's a dream, right? Black has to use all their resources to defend a6, and white has all the space in the world and the breakthrough on c4. So yeah, this is not ideal for Ju Wenjun at all. So, okay, so that actually leads me to believe that bishop b7 isn't the best move in the position. Because you don't have a good answer to knight to a5. What happens if you try to be sneaky with moves like rook to b8?
Rook to b8. Okay, so you're preserving this bishop to b7. If knight a5, put the bishop on a8. Okay, that's a very smart move. Rook to e8. And we see that after de, knight g, and then queen e. But I I still can play knight f5 now, right? And it's also posing another problem now, because if you take this pawn later with the queen, there is knight c6 fork.
That's true. So what I'm going to have to do is cover the c6 square, and you can do that with bishop d7.
Bishop d7.
Just
Yep. Oh, this is hanging,
no.
Yovi. Is it?
Oh, okay.
How is it hanging?
I was... you can take on d6 at the end of it. So we've got to show it, because it's like Zwischenzug central, so knight takes bishop.
Zwischenzug.
Yeah.
Right, you take on d6 because next move you capture this pawn, you're attacking the rook, you're attacking the bishop, and now if you don't do anything, you're capturing the knight on g3. Nice, Zwischenzug.
Yep. So
even if you take this pawn on e4, you still have this Zwischenzug in the air, and then you have to solve this problem with the rook, and next move you just capture. And you have a pass pawn on the 7th rank already.
Yep. And you have to wonder, what was the pawn that got there? Oh, it's the pawn on d4. Yeah, incredible. It's like a game of checkers, right? Just capture. Okay. Yeah,
that's right.
Okay, so let's not allow that. So let's go back. It just goes to show how, Black has to be on high alert here. So do we have a move?
I don't think so. I think after knight b3, Ju Wenjun is still thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the whole thing, right? Black was a bit too ambitious with this b5 move. I believe her intention, Ju Wenjun's intention, is to get the bishops on c8 to go to b7. Just a normal development. And you could do so by playing b6. And she didn't do that. And now we have a move. Queen g6 is on the board. So now she ruled this one out, Yovi, that, okay, I have to come back to another plan, because now bishop b7 is no longer in the air. And after queen g6, I believe her intention is to somehow to get this bishop along this diagonal by playing, let's say, f5.
Yeah. And she's been smart here, right? Because she has potential ideas of taking on d4, then bishop b7, applying the pressure on e4 as compensation. And I really like the way that Ju's been playing. It's very instructive how she's able to maneuver the pieces using not that much space. We saw the knight come to d7, then she wasn't afraid to put it back on f6, and now it's on h5. And she gets away with it because she's able to hold the center firmly. If the center wasn't stable, then this loss in time would be punished immediately. But now it's up to Tan Zhongyi, because yes, she can come out with a knight to a5. That was one plan. But as you indicated, the bishop might be moving over to e6, might be moving somewhere else.
That's true. Yeah. Although, okay, in this position, there are things to consider. Should we start breaking open the center, or should we keep making some waiting moves still? Because my focus is still like, okay, the queen has stepping to the side, so can we make this one work? Because again, you have to capture this bishop, otherwise the knight will have a very good outpost on c5. There are a few ways to recapture the knight, but I don't think fg is the is the option. So it's either the queen takes or the h takes. Which one, Yovi, should we look at?
Let's capture towards the center.
Okay, so hg.
Let's keep the queens on the board.
And rook takes e5.
And now you can see her plan is just simply to go bishop e6, maybe even bishop g4 first. And
bishop e6, bishop c4. Once the bishop is here, I think the bishop is very safe. Yeah, so probably there should be a direct a direct plan from Tan Zhongyi. So instead of HG, okay, let's take a look at this one. Queen takes, takes this. Rook has to take this. Okay, I'm just trying to make this one work. Like F4, Rook goes back, and yeah, something like D5. Although it's giving the bishop free diagonal then.
Yeah. Well, you can kind of stop it by going knight to a5, but yes, this is not what white wants. Somehow white wants to be going c4 and correcting their pawn structure, playing just like Ju was playing in earlier games.
Yeah, so maybe we should wait then in this position. We shouldn't do anything. But bishop e6 awaits. You're provoking d4, d5 to happen, because if d5 was being played, I think you can be comfortable knowing that the center is already closed. Yeah, is there anything else?
What happens if you were to can you go c4 here? Can we take
c4
lessons from? Yeah, and the answer is no.
I think because it can be met with f5. It's something that always bothers me, this move f5. Let's see whether it is possible. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and if you don't take it, f4 is coming. Let's say you take this one. Yeah, f4 is coming, and this somehow becoming a liability. And of course, you have to solve this problem first. Bishop moves away. This bishop is nothing. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do. Yeah. Oh, you can be happy. I mean, it's even you can capture it back. Giving one pawn up is fine. But okay, there should be a better way to solve this position.
This has already gone wrong for white big time, right? Pawn on f4, and yeah, this is absolutely disastrous. So we don't want to be allowing. So f5 is such a good move. In fact, f5 seems to be a threat. So maybe you are obliged to take on e5 and accept the changes there.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. DE5. I'm thinking what else can be done here.
Okay, I have an idea. Let's investigate. So pawn takes e5. Let's just make sure that everything is okay. So we can capture on g3, but there might be.
We can also capture on d6.
On ed6, yeah. Let's have a look at this one
because we have d7 as well. Okay, it's a no, but let's find out why.
So the first thing is you can take on e4, and then
with the knight, yeah, and you're forced to play d7,
and then bishop takes d7,
queen takes,
and yeah, it's unpleasant for black unless they have an accurate move here. It could be queen e6.
Queen e6.
No, queen e6 is not the move. Maybe queen f6. Sorry, queen f.
Yeah, queen f6. It's looking like it. Queen f6.
Queen b6. Okay, well, we might be headed in this direction because we have d takes e5 on the board, and
yeah. And Ju Wenjun has to take this bishop in this turn. She's still double checking it. So let's see it once again. Knight capture the bishop. How do we recapture it back? Oh,
Yeah.
we just investigated this one, yeah. AD6 is a possibility, Queen G3 is a possibility, and also HG3.
Let's have a look at Queen takes G3. Even though it goes against every fiber of my being to swap of queens and this kind of and well, we are going to go down this route because knight takes bishop has been played and it is decision time.
Yep. 3 candidate moves to be made here.
Okay, well, one thing, just to recap, you cannot take on d6. You can, but it leads to absolutely nothing. In fact, black has the better position after knight takes e4, and then any d7s is simply going to be met with bishop takes d7.
Oh, I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
You take it with this pawn. Rook takes. Okay, I'm being very, very ambitious right now. I don't know. I might get punished. F4. Rook walks back to d8, and it doesn't work. You have bishop f5 all the time. Yeah, it doesn't work. Well, I was thinking, like if the queen takes, you take with the pawn, connect your pawns again. But even so, the bishop should be having like a really good diagonal, like via g4, for example. And then, or you can even put it on e6 first to see where this knight goes. When the knight goes away, maybe you can even play a5, and then you don't have a backward pawn anymore. Yeah, so that plan doesn't work. But Tan Zhongyi is still thinking UV, so she might actually considering ED.
Yeah, and just that one absolutely doesn't work. What about queen takes knight? Because there is also that decision to go into the endgame. Queen takes, and then rook takes c5, and now we need a good move. And what happens if you just go a la Ju Wenjun, which is you just set up f3, g4, put your pawns on light squares in order to shut out the light squared bishop, and then you just switch your attention to rook a1, knight a5 at the right time.
I like it. Yes, I like it. This is very, very solid. Yeah, you're closing the position with your pawn structure, and then it is the job for the knight to hop around and then try to get something along the way. This could be one of the game plans. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It actually seems to be maybe white's best, because let's go back to the position with the queens on. So say you capture with the h pawn. You know something, the match situation to me indicates that she might just capture with the queen, with the pawn, I mean, because she mentioned yesterday in the press conference that she used a lot of time was because she constantly was calculating the most aggressive lines because she was feeling the pressure of being 2 points down. She's now 3 points down. And in game, that is in Ju Wenjun's advantage in the sense that that's where her strengths lie. So let's take it to this type of position. But then how to continue? And you can't really do the same thing of locking the bishop out with f3 because the pawn is vulnerable on g3. And can you accelerate play with moves like c4? My instinct is no, because in fact the rook is so well placed on e5 that you could probably meet it with bishop e6, although I see. Can you go bishop e6 and rely on...
Yeah, I think so. Oh, wait. F4, F5, right?
Yeah, but I'm relying on bishop takes c4 to
that's a big game. So
trouble.
we have to take this one. But I think it's important to take this one now then, before taking this.
You can still take. No, but you can still take because as long as you meet f4 with bishop c4 attacking the queen.
Oh, I see. Right. Yep,
we have
you're right.
This.
That's right. You're absolutely right. Yes, queen here and then rook moves away.
Rook e7. And again, somehow or other, you're saved by small details. you step up with the e pawn to attack the rook on a8, and the rook will just double up on the e line, and it's all good.
That's right. That's right. Wow, it's a difficult situation. I mean, in the decision-making processes for Tan Zhongyi here, like, I think normally she would just take it with the queen and then keep everything under control. But on the other hand, she knows that if she goes into a position without the queens, then it's just inching toward equalization in the endgame, and it's making things easier for Ju Wenjun to just get a draw. Yeah. If you were Tan
bearing in
Zhongyi,
mind, yeah, that's what I was going to say. If I were Tan Zhongyi, I'm thinking ahead to the future, because this match could be over in 2 games. So Ju, if she draws this, let's have a look at the history. The match history is that Tan has gotten half point and lost the remainder of the white games. And there you can see it's there. You can see that Ju has won every single white game, 3.5 out of 4 with the whites.
impressive, very impressive white games by Ju Wenjun. Yeah, but although it was not easy at all, like game 7 yesterday was also the proof of it. Tan Zhongyi had all these chances, but she failed executing the pass line. But yeah, here she thought for quite a while now. I have to look at it again. How many minutes has she spent? 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes. Yeah, almost 7 minutes just to think how to recapture it back. Because I believe, Yovi, such a line like this, it should be like one package deal in her calculation, right? When you take e5, the first move that you expect from your opponent is to capture this bishop. And I was hoping that she would already have her reply instantly, but no, she's having a second thought here. Probably she already she already had one particular move in mind, but maybe she had a second thought, because all of these ideas off the board, like about the match situation, what if tomorrow Wenjun plays, actually not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, what if Wenjun plays what, and so on and so on. Yeah, it's such a bad feeling to have this thought during the game.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's very difficult to play a game when you have one eye on the match situation, when you are essentially in a match win situation. And you also have to understand the psychology of your opponent as well. It's like trading off queens. Maybe white is a touch better. And okay, there you see she captures with the H pawn. Now I'm 100%. Well, I'm not 100%. Let's rein in the drama, Yovi. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that if this were a normal game, she probably would capture with the queen and then just go for the strategy of just putting her pawns on light squares and saying that pawn on a6, it's weak. But ultimately, that's probably a quite comfortable endgame for Ju to hold. So instead, she just takes her chances in the middle game. And now the issue for Tan is, how is she going to improve the pieces? Black has that very clear-cut plan. You can put the bishop on b7. You can start targeting e4. You can also go bishop e6, get the bishop to c4. But either way, it's going to be all about making use of that piece. Once it's in the game, then the action switches over to the half-open E line.
Absolutely right, Yovi. Yes. Now, this comes to the basic principle as well. When you're being so tight in the space, you would like to trade as many pieces as you can, right? In order to make the space bigger for all your pieces. And this is exactly what Wenjun is doing. And she was patiently waiting. She was not in a rush. She was trying to solve one problem at a time. And even though white has some edge here, well, it's literally an edge on a6, but it's very hard to exploit it, because it takes more than it takes more than 2 pieces, and it takes more than a few tempo to get that pawn. And even then, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get that pawn anyway. So yeah, it's a very hard situation, but we still have queens on the board. So that's still a sign that this game can turn in any direction.
Yes, again, this is such a balancing act here for Tan, because the queen's on the board. Does she just sharpen up the game by playing f2, f4, driving back the rook, but at the same time, it's weakening the pawn on e4. You're not going to get back from that one. And that she might be in a real risk of losing. All 3 results are possible. And if she loses, yeah, she can... It's going to be almost impossible for her to come back from this match. So should she be patient?
And
there
she's being patient. Knight a5 is on the board, literally stopping bishop b7. But thanks to all this trade on g3 and e5, this bishop is no longer forced to go to b7. It can go to any other squares. Like your provocation move, Yuvi, such as this, bishop g4, provoking f3 to play. And after this, you can just move it back to, I think d7 is also fine, to be honest. Like, you don't have to close this line on the e file, and then you have this pawn as a weakness. You have to ask yourself what to do with it. You can put your pawn to f4, but then this e4 pawn will be the next target of attack when black is doubling up the rooks on the e file. Let's say f4, rook e7, next move rook e8, and now who's going to play for the advantage? So yeah, so answering this knight a5, I would like to solve the position immediately by playing pretty much any bishop move. Bishop d7 is fine, bishop g4 is also fine. Bishop e6 is a bit tricky because I have to think, oh no, bishop e6 is actually a mistake because there is knight c6, knight e7. So gotta be aware there. Yeah, let's just put it on the board.
Definitely have to be careful. Yeah, knight c6 is, as you can see, and the rook in the middle of the board actually doesn't have too many squares, so that would be a big mistake there. And knight e7, that would be a terrible fork. So we're not going to see bishop to e6. Ju is obviously an incredible player, so she's going to either go, I think, bishop g4. It's a kind of nice, as you mentioned, provocation move. And it almost feels like f3 is a mistake because f3 just simply weakens the king side. Instead, okay, no bishop to g4, we see bishop to d7. So Ju wants the same plan, right? She just wants to double up on the e line and maybe go f5. And suddenly it is going to be problems on that line.
Yeah, so here white has to react very quickly then. The reason why I like bishop g4 better is, you're posing some question to white's territory, because the idea with knight f5 is not only that you're stopping bishop b7, but maybe this is the preparation for c4. So this is the way to bring your knight back to the center, because it cannot be on f5 forever. And there's no... Yeah, I don't think there's a better time to do it than now, because your idea is after c4. Ooh, turns out it was a mistake. But let's see. Let's see.
I think you can just hold. You can just hold the b5 point, and you can just continue with the plan of doubling on the e line. And
But what I was thinking is I can play c5 in this position, but maybe it's not a very sound. Oh, there's d5. There's d5. This counter attack. Yeah, I totally missed d5.
Yeah, it's interesting because we kind of mentioned this whole kind of tactical motif of the queen being on e6 and there being potential tactical weakness on e1. And here you can see it being manifested many, many moves later. So yeah, it just goes to show. Again, Ju Wenjun's mastery in this type of position, when we compare... Irene, can we compare this to the game when I'm just thinking queen e6. Queen e6, knight d7, move 13.
Move 13, okay.
Yeah, when you compare the black position, like there, and I was kind of being very concerned with how Ju was handling this position because, it was just, look at the black pieces. They're clumsily placed. The queen is in the way of the bishop on c8. And yet fast forward to move 22 to the game position, and suddenly we see that everything is working beautifully for Ju. She's unraveled the pieces. The bishop now took 22 moves, but it's finally out and is doing a great job at guarding the c6 square. And now the onus is on Tan. How is she actually going to defend the e point? And you see with rook e3, you start to see the evaluation bar going down. And one thing I'm reminded of, Irene, is actually your words yesterday. You were very concerned with Ju's play in the beginning because you were like, her pieces are scattered. And I'm looking at the knight on a5, and it's not got the memo that the action is happening in the center.
Yeah, it's funny you put it that way, Yovi. Yes, and we've seen so many instances too with the knight being offside, right? On game 6, this is one of the reasons why Tan Zhongyi lost the game. It's because the knight was not joining to the party. And yesterday, it was almost the mistake by Ju Wenjun, having the knight on a4, not joining the party. But unfortunately, Tan Zhongyi didn't play in the right manner. So that's why Ju Wenjun could escape. And not only escaping, she actually won the game. And here we have another knight f5. So maybe, Yovi, game 9, there will be a knight on a6.
Yeah.
It's been a pattern. Game 5, the knight on a3. Game 6, the knight on... Sorry. No. Today is what? Game 8. So it starts from game 6. Was it? Game 6, the knight on a3. Game 7, the knight was on a4. Now game 8, the knight is on a5. So maybe next game there will be knight on a6.
Knight on a6. Okay, well, everyone, remember this pattern because Irene called it first. So there's going to be a knight. It doesn't matter what color. Going to be on a6. And this is the thing. Ju is now taking over the initiative. Rook a e8. Her plan is very clear. She's just going to, at the right time, she's going to break open the center, and the bishop on d7 is going to come to life. And the pawn on c2, it looks untouchable right now, but if this diagonal, the b1 diagonal, h7 diagonal gets opened, well, goodness me, that pawn is weak.
That's true, Yovi. This is crunching time again for Tan Zhongyi. Suddenly, everything is given to Ju Wenjun. Like now, she is the one who is controlling the game.
Yeah, it is crunch time here for Tan Zhongyi as she has to work out exactly how best to fend off Ju Wenjun's potential initiative. So we are going to go on a very quick break, and when we return, we are going to be there crunching all those numbers.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
Life can be a lot like chess. and chess can be hard. It's challenging to know if you're making brilliant moves or disastrous blunders, both in chess and in life. Introducing Life Review, like game review, but for your life. Simply snap a picture or upload one and let Life Review help you live your most brilliant life. Life Review is powered by the most advanced AI technology and Chess.com's secret game review algorithm. Wondering if that fedora is an audacious fashion statement or just another dubious attempt at looking interesting? Don't listen to your friends. With a quick scan, set aside social conventions that are holding you back and let Life Review show you how to avoid another bad decision. Not sure why your latest Tinder match is ghosting you? Drop a screenshot of the conversation in Life Review and see where you went wrong. Life Review provides you with easy-to-understand feedback using the move classifications you already know and love. From blunders to book moves, from good to brilliant. Watch in amazement as your life gets analyzed and graded right before your eyes. After each scan, our virtual coach will guide you with just the right amount of tough love you need to get your act together. Are you ready to start living your most brilliant life? Then download the Chess.com app right now and start living your best life with Life Review. Life Review is not for everyone and may cause side effects. Side effects include but are not limited to constipation, swollen ankles, red eyes, tiredness, insomnia, trouble swallowing, muscle twitching, severe dehydration, diarrhea, nipple shrinkage, memory loss, difficulty breathing, sore throat, munchies, helium balloon voice, death, back problems, more death, nausea, fear of spiders, uncontrollable laughter, sobbing, mood swings, death, fatigue, increased self-awareness, bad trips, osteoporosis, foul language, unhealthy love for sheep, orange juice addiction, and death.
And we go back to Chongqing for Game 8 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. And there on our screens, you can see Tan Zhongyi. She's in a difficult situation, both off and on the board. Because off the board, well, she is trailing Ju Wenjun by 3 points. And on the board, well, things are starting to shift in Ju Wenjun's favor. A few moves have been played, so let's dive in to the action and see exactly what's happened. And Irene, I fear that the tide is shifting and it's not going to be looking good for the challenger.
Yeah, exactly, Yovi. Even with an accurate play in this position, we can see who is controlling the game right now. And yeah, I think Tan Zhongyi just definitely cracked here. And then she played Queen D4, and it shows that it is an inaccuracy, it is a mistake. So let's try to explore why it is a mistake.
Well, for the first thing, there's a juicy looking pawn on e4 that one can just snack on.
Yeah, let's snack this one up. And then, then this is just a free pawn. Is there any compensation?
Well, there's an active queen. So say you make all the trades.
Oh, now this is a question how to take it back, because I have a suspicion, Yovi, the part of the reason why the queen moved to d4 is you would like to go to a square like a7, yeah, attacking these 2 pawns on a6 and c7. So okay, black has to be precise here. Okay, if we trade everything with the rook like this, I think white should be surviving here. Let's see after queen a7, what's going to happen now? How to survive?
Well, the question as well for black is how to coordinate the pieces. So you do have e3 in the air, by the way. Can
E3.
you try that one? Yeah,
Okay.
e3 is because the pawn on c2 is hanging, and you can see already that's maybe too quick. What?
Yeah. Don't really like that move, but okay. I can. How do I take it? Let's say I take it with the pawn. I think it should be alright. Oh, it's a mistake. Of course, takes this one and then
Queen takes
bishop h3.
g3.
Yeah, that was your
Yeah.
idea. Okay, so I have to return.
Yeah, but I think that white's activity is enough, maybe to force black to take a draw, because queen takes c2, and then now the queen can come up back to a7.
Or
But the
e7.
a7, yeah, e7, there's queen f5.
And then queen
holds
d8 and
everything together.
takes.
Ah, okay. Well, we are seeing something, and she's taken with a rook, by the way.
I don't know, for some reason I like it better when I take it with the pawn. It's just that I have something in the background and I just feel safer that way. I mean, your idea of e3 can still be played in the next few moves. And if queen a7 happening now on the board, now probably it's time to attack. Or even...
Can you keep the idea in reserve of e3? Because it's like a big wrecking ball to the king position. So maybe you can just move the bishop out of the way. And then if you have any queen takes c7, queen takes a6, then e3 comes. So maybe bishop f5.
And then, okay, I take this pawn, c7.
Yeah, now e3.
Okay, there's not a move rook e8, rook c8 though, if you would like to consider.
Oh, that's true.
But okay, let's see this one first. And then rook takes, maybe. But this is lost immediately because I think you can just simply take this, you can take this, right? And then next move, bishop e4 or bishop h3. Yep, e3 is always there. Okay, but rook e4 is still on the board. Tan Zhongyi still hasn't made any move yet, but if she takes this one, we see what's happening. Can we? Oh no, I don't think it's I don't think queen a7 is in the right timing now, yeah, because you lose this g3 unless you return back with your queen, but then you're just wasting a tempo by playing queen a7 then, and then this is just a clear pawn up for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to take at least once. Take it once, and whoa, Ju Wenjun just whoa,
He was so eager. And Ju Wenjun's worked something out because she played that move super quickly. Okay, now queen to a7. She has to do something. But no, she doesn't go queen a7. Instead, she pushes c4. What was wrong with queen a7? I mean, I think she had to try queen a7.
You know what,
And c4.
If you would like to just... I know black is up a pawn right now, but there's a very easy way to come up with any solution here, like queen g4, let's say, because a perpetual is guaranteed. So probably Tan Zhongyi is playing against this idea too. Like if she leaves the back rank, at least this thing is going to happen, because Ju Wenjun is not, giving any chances, or I mean, she's not taking any risk at all. That's why she just took it twice with the rook. Going to this endgame, it's a up upon endgame, but at least there is this idea. But if she's a bit more ambitious, then maybe there's something else. But I agree with you. Queen a7, I think, should be tried. c4, it's another inaccuracy. Why is it a mistake then?
Well, You don't have to take it, Irene. So we have that. And maybe we can just improve the placing of the queen. Queen e6 is still in the air. I mean, what is Tan's idea?
I like taking it. I don't think it's a problem, because if you take it, then queen e6. The reason if you take this, then maybe it's a free time. Although, okay, it's just we have to decide here. Are we going to play for a win, or are we going to play for a draw? Because those two lines could be different.
Right. The thing is, you don't actually need to take. You can just move the queen to e6. There is no threat.
There is no threat. That's right. Just immediate queen e6, yeah?
Yeah, although you see the evaluation bar shoot up. And as you mentioned, they always have e3 in reserve.
e3 is always in the air. I agree, Yovi. e3 is always in the air, because if you take with the pawn, then the same thing happens.
She played
e3, she played it. Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's an easy position for Ju Wenjun right now, because if you take this pawn with the queen, just queen takes c2. At the very least, you have this queen d1, queen h5. But of course, with 2 pawns up in the queen side, you can actually easily push for a win here.
Yeah, without risk, Irene. Without risk, you can do it all. If she wins with the black pieces, Ju Wenjun has virtually secured herself the championship title. She'll won that for 5th time in a row, and she'll be making history once again.
Absolutely.
And you can just see it on Tan Zhongyi's face. She took some decisions. She didn't want the draw. She felt this was a must-win situation. So I think in a normal day, she'd be going queen a7. Again, early on, she'd be capturing on g3 with the queen. But she gambled, and it looks like she is losing that gamble.
It looks like that to me as well, yes. And you don't really have many options in this position after e3. You just have to simply take it, because if you allow this pawn to either play e2 or capture f2, your position is worsened than now. So whether you want it or not, queen takes e3 should be the move.
Yeah. F takes e3 doesn't look appetizing, because the queen takes g3. No way on earth can you let a black pawn get to e2, so you have to take on e3. I think just e3 in principle came as a shock to Tan Zhongyi. She hadn't realized how effective it is.
Yeah, I think the match situation is totally playing in her mind right now, Yuvi, and it's dominating all of her thoughts, because she is usually capable of playing better, much better than this. But as we can see in the last few rounds, she's been underperforming, and it's a lot of psychological battle behind the scene, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like Tan is spiraling downwards. Things just haven't gone her way. Yesterday she had a great position, some tactical nuances. She played a little bit too quickly, and it all just collapsed for her. And it was a bit shocking, actually, how quickly her position yesterday deteriorated. And Tan is a fantastic player. Really, you just have to look at her games from the candidates from the Cairns Cup of last year, and you understand she is a beast on the board. And there has been so much work gone on behind the scenes. There you see queen takes e3, that the match tension is just getting to her. It's just inexperience. Queen takes c2, and here, well, there's going to be 2 pass pawns on the queen side. All that Ju needs to calculate is how to find a hiding place for the black king, and then she would just simply advance the queen side pawns. I mean, let's not also forget that training for a match is also grueling. Like, I remember having a chat with Shakhriyar Mamajarov, and his words had a big impact on me. He said that he qualified for the candidates. It was a match format, and he said he spent 10 hours at least a day training. You know, he had a physical coach, he had a mental coach, he had chess coach. He trained super hard, and he was playing Gelfand, and he said he got there and he was so nervous. Somehow or other, he didn't even get a check in that whole match, and he lost.
Yeah.
He said, "Can you imagine me with my style not getting in a check?" And yeah, it's just tough. And there we see. Well, Tan is just one last hurrah, Queen A7. It's awarded a question mark, but that's because of the match situation. She has to try to initiate chaos in some way or other.
That's right, Yovi. And looking at the position, I don't think Ju Wenjun will go for the perpetual here because there is a chance to do so. But I think she's gonna be just go all in because there is no risk to her position. She's going to use all of these extra pawns on the queen side to win the game. And yeah, when you're mentioning about the preparation by Sahriar there, yeah, it's a lot of work. Preparation is a lot of work. I remember one of my old coaches said that during such a match, you just have to compile all your opponent's games and literally write everything in your sketchbook, every single openings that your opponent has played. Of course, it will come down to a few main openings because, there should be like a few main openings, but also you have to be aware of all the sidelines, and then you just thoroughly check one by one. It's a huge homework that you have to do before you actually enter to the technical preparation, as in what to do against this line, what to do against that line. But first of all, you just have to gather all the samples before you can actually do your own research. And it's a lot of hard work, and I just cannot imagine how much work that both players, Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, have poured into this match months before this match even happens, and more even during the match itself. It's not only about technical preparation, but they also have to keep a very fit and healthy bodies, because stamina is also a key role in order to win the match. And I think it's time to explore why Queen A7 is a mistake, UV.
Yep, and I'm expecting it to be B takes C4. I agree with you. It's a grueling event that players put themselves through. And we even saw the world champion, like Magnus Carlsen, he gave up his championship title because he just didn't enjoy the months and months of preparation. And there we do see BC4, as Irene's put up in analysis. So, okay, the problem is that it's a passer. And after queen takes c7, well, you can anchor that pawn by going bishop to b5. And somehow or other, the cards have fallen in Ju Wenjun's favor. Everything seems to have worked out a treat. It's like she's weaved her magic over the board, because there's no perpetual whatsoever, because the black king can hide on h7.
Yeah.
And the knight on a5, sorry, it's completely offside.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be ages before it can actually just maneuver itself just to create some kind of issue for the black king.
Yes, you're right, Yovi. And if this pawn was being taken, you can just start rolling your pawn. You can even play queen d3 first. I don't know which one is better, but yeah, this is something that you can do. So let's see it one more time. Queen a7. If we play this one, I mean, the whole idea of queen a7 is to go after one of the pawns. And I think c7 is a better pawn than a6, because after a6 you don't really do anything. c3 is there, and it's just inching towards the promotion square on c1. So I think it has to be queen c7. And yeah, in this position, if I were you, or if I were Ju Wenjun in this position, yeah, I agree. Bishop b5 is just very, very safe. Nothing can attack that bishop anymore, and then you can focus on pushing this pawn, because there's nothing that can stop it. And yes, knight f5 is not a little, it's very much offside in this position.
Yeah, completely offside. Yeah, let's not be British about it. It's out of play. and Black King has a hiding square. So all you need to do is, as you mentioned, I love your queen to c3 move, by the way. And from there, the queen can escort the c-pawn to its final destination. Yeah, it's good. Again, just complete collapse, primarily because of the match situation. Tan rolled the dice on occasion, and it just did not work out well for her. And it just seems to be a recurring theme throughout the match that Tan tries to initiate these complications. Ju is well placed to handle them, and then the counter attack begins, and Ju Wenjun is in her element, and Tan just simply collapses. Queen a7. We're expecting b takes c4, and I also want to just drum in one thing. Ju does not rush with his decision. Like, it's the most natural move on the board, right? And there you see she takes it.
Yep.
She just simply works out all the details, and then she makes her move.
Yeah. I have one bad news for you, Yovi. This could be the shortest game in the match so far, because yesterday it was actually the shortest game, but today it could even be shorter.
Yeah, it's also looking more and more unlikely that the players will be reaching the time control. The bishop b5, the bishop is anchored on b5, and yeah, just look at the camera. You can understand the toll on the players, especially for Tan Zhongyi, as she stares just dejectedly at her position. It's difficult to believe, especially when we rewind that only, can we just put it, so this is move 31, like literally 10 moves ago, it was just a normal position where white was the one that was going to be applying the pressure. And then there was like this massive turnaround. And this was all because Ju was able to unravel the pieces in such an expert way.
That's right. Yeah, that is one of her strengths. Like really, she could be very, very patient and knowing which problem there is to solve out of a few problems that she faced at the same time. So this is, many good players, they also could identify such a thing. Like, hey, I have a problem over here. I have another problem over here. But it takes another skill to figure out which problem to solve first, because sometimes we also forgot about this priority of the position. And but Ju Wenjun has been calling it very precisely. And we have a move, Yovi, after bishop b5 here. Knight b7.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. Ultimately, this position is completely lost. So I'm not going to be criticizing knight to b7. I think it's as good move as any. And just note how well placed the queen on c2 is. It controls the scope of a knight. It covers all the critical squares. It covers f5. The bishop on b5 will cover the e8 square. So there's no way a knight can actually target the black king. So Ju Wenjun will take her time here. She will just assess what is the best way to advance the c-pawn. The whole secret is you want to secure the safety of the king and you want to promote the pawn. Those two things will go hand in hand, and with that, she will win the game.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Yovi. I was just thinking better I could grab this pawn on f2 somehow. I'm being very greedy here. Of course, maybe the best way to continue this game is to focus on pushing this pawn, but it just shows how comfortable Black's position is. You can pretty much do everything here. You have material advantage, you have positional advantage, and you even have time advantage.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let's fulfill the goal. What happens? So what happens if you just go c3?
Okay, c3. I guess Tan Zhongyi's intention with knight b7 is to take this pawn on d6.
Yeah. And then let's just put the queen on d3.
Okay. Oh, I think you have to be aware of this idea. I don't know whether this works actually. Check, king h7, knight f5. Oh, queen d7, of course.
It's queen f1. Isn't it? Yeah, queen d7.
No,
yeah.
queen f1, queen h2.
No, queen f1, and then I thought it was
You
checkmate.
lose,
I had a yeah.
Yeah, I think queen d7 is only move. And then once you save this, you save pretty much everything. Okay, but this there is some risk to it. Although, of course, if you just play precisely like a computer, there's no risk or whatever. But let's be a bit more precise. If we play c3 here, knight takes d6. Okay, this is the idea, followed by knight e5. So can we try to come up with our own ideas while at the same time also pushing that pawn up? Like for example, no, that doesn't work. I was thinking to play queen d1, but it doesn't change anything here.
Well,
tricky move, Yovi. Tricky move. What if we just play king h7? Because if you start with queen f7, then this one is hanging. Queen d1 is there.
Yes.
But you have to put your knight somewhere to attack g7. You cannot go here because there is a bishop. You cannot go here because of the queen. So probably just a prophylactic move like king h7 would suffice.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so instead of knight takes d6, maybe can you be a little bit mischievous and play knight to d8 with the idea of going knight to e6? Okay, and you see that nope, doesn't work one bit.
Yeah, I guess it's just queen here, right? King here, and then
c2.
c2 is there, and after knight e6. Okay, let's just put it c2, but there's knight e6. Oh, actually,
knight e6. Yeah.
No, why knight e6? It's queen f7 and queen f5. This is the drawing.
Okay.
The drawing pattern. Okay, so we cannot be impulsive like that.
Yeah, but you can actually hang on a second. You can do this: queen h5. Look at this. This is so cool. King g1, and now you can go queen to e8.
Wow.
Nice one. Look at that for geometry, right? And then you're just going to go c2, c1. Queen.
Yeah. That's such a nice geometry here. That's right. Yeah. And if you would like to capture this pawn, then you have to go knight b7 back, but this is harmless now. This is totally harmless. You can just, all right, you can give a check and then play queen d2 or something else. I mean, yeah, it should be losing. Or even queen c6 is there, is it?
I know.
No. Bishop c6, bishop c6 as well. Yeah, so many moves here. You're right. But knowing Ju Wenjun, to try not to solve this position with calculation, I guess. The easiest way in this position to continue is to somehow get the queens exchange, but obviously white wouldn't want to do that. So maybe in that sense, she would come up with all of these ideas. Just play c3 and make sure everything is all right with the king on g8 and the pawn on g7. Because you always have these checks. Whenever you go, you always have these checks. But yeah, she's known to be a very precise player. So let's see which one that she's going to take.
I wouldn't be surprised if she just tucks her king to h7.
Interesting.
Like it goes, I mean, I think she might go c3 and king h7 and then, yeah, keep it all safe. Use the geometry that she is so excellent at doing. So, yeah, I've noticed she's fantastic in these positions where there's a lot of empty squares. like yesterday's game, that lovely motif of just switching the rook to g4 at the end and then switching it over, trying to find that, that most accurate way to win black's bishop on a8. Yeah. What other? Let's have a look at anything else other than c3. I mean,
Okay, what do you want? Okay, if we would like to be very, very greedy or stingy, we can try this, Yovi. Queen check, king here, queen check on h5 to make sure there is no funny business on f5. King goes back and push d5. How about that?
That is extremely miserly. You haven't given up a single pawn. So okay, well then the knight has to move to. I'm struggling because you go knight e8. There's always this queen to e8 business. You go knight d6. Let's
knight d6. Then maybe I will. Hang on, can I do that? Queen e5. I don't like this variation though because you know me. I don't mind giving up a pawn as long as I get my initiative on the board. So this is not suiting my style. But okay, let's play along. Queen e5. Don't really like that move, but centralizing the queen because now I don't have any check. I only have one check, but I don't have a follow-up check after that. It's like I don't also like playing according to my opponent's idea. I'd like to force my opponent to play my idea. Yeah, but even then, this position is still better for black. But
yeah,
what would you do, Yovi? Would you stick to pushing the pawn to c3?
I'm very reckless when it comes to this type of thing, and I'm confident in my ability to visualize a safety, a safe haven for the king, so I would go c3. I just need to work out. But again, it depends, Let's not forget that Ju Wenjun might be feeling nervous now because with a win with the black pieces, she's half a point away from retaining the title, and she might be just rushing her thoughts. And we've all been in this situation, right? Where we're on the cusp of doing something great, and then the nerves start jangling and we're unable to calculate. And so we choose the path of what we see is the simplest, and instead we start making life difficult for ourselves. So you know what? If she's calm, I think she'll calculate c3 and she'll just push that pawn. But if she's feeling one jot of nerves, then I think we're going to go for that checking sequence and then d5, trying to keep control on the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very possible too. Mm-hmm. Another way that I thought could also happen is, and I don't really recommend this, is actually like this, because I would like to eye on this pawn. Yeah, you see how the bar goes up. Like, let's pretend that my idea works. Here, queen here, and queen takes f2. But you see, it doesn't give any improvement to black's position because
it's knight takes bishop, and then knight takes bishop and queen b8. And suddenly white also has a rolling pawn, and you still have the issue. How are you going to advance your pawn and at the same time prevent the perpetual checks? So it kind of feels like there's two options, two roads that she can walk down, and that is c3, straight up calculation, confidence in the safety of the black king, or I like this queen to d1, queen h5, and then d5 business, because that kind of keeps everything knitted together.
Yes, absolutely right, Yuvi. Yeah, I think she has to just be brave, because this has been her approach. Because if you start playing for a draw, your play will also get decreased, as in the power of the play is decreasing significantly. So this is also another idea. Like, I know before this game 8, Ju Wenjun has playing with black pieces. She just needs to take a draw, one draw at a time, to just inching towards the victory of the match. But she's not playing for a draw. She's just playing as if there is no match at all, as if she's just, treating this position as the first game. So that type of objectivity is required, because sometimes when you're leading the match, you would be thinking, let's just settle for a draw, but then it will diminish your chances, But here, Ju Wenjun is playing very confidently. So I would expect C3 coming from her, because all the moves that she made before this, they've been very confident as well.
Yeah, she looks incredibly calm. And you know what? It helps that she's a 4-time women's world champion. It helps that she's been in this situation before. She's had all variety of circumstances. Like, let's not forget in 2018 when she's playing the World Cup knockouts. Well, she had to come back and get a clutch win against Vachier-Lagrave in the finals. She did that, and she took a tie breaks. She's also had to be in a comeback must-win scenario against Leiting Jie and also against Alexandra Goryashkina. Every time she does it. So she's able to maintain her composure. Also Norway Chess, last year, Norway Chess Women, very first inaugural event, she wins it, and she's playing playoffs. She's showing to everyone she's got strong nerves. She's such a worthy title holder. And one of the things that I found interesting about Ju is that she's very much aware of the impact of her legacy. And she said, that after this event, she wants to also just use her title, her fame, in order to help those coming up in the chessboard. And C3, that is confidence mode on the board for Ju Wenjun as she works out that everything is under control. Knight takes D6, played, and now we do see that precision is required because white does have ideas of playing queen to F7, followed by the knight coming to F5, targeting G7.
Yes, and we agreed in this position that after knight d6, a move like king h7 will sooner or later be moved anyway, and I think now is the time to move it. Just a very useful waiting move, passing the turn, but no, she played queen d3. And I think this is also fine because we saw this move before in our calculation. If queen f7 happens, king h7, knight f5, and queen d7 is there to save the day. So both moves are equally good. Queen d3 is what Ju Wenjun chose. It's also trying to give the passageway for this pawn to come closer to c1. So I like this move. I like king h7 as well. Yep, everything is in Ju Wenjun's hands right now.
Yep, and it's very important that she put her queen on d3 as opposed to d2, because from d3 she controls the diagonal b1 to h7. So this gives the black king that hiding square on h7. So very accurate play from Ju Wenjun, and we're expecting Tan Zhongyi. She really just has two options. It's to throw in a check and see what she can muster with the queen and knight and hope for the best. The alternative, quite frankly, is just to resign, because the pawn on c3, it's going to become a new queen. So she's got to simply die trying. That's all Tan Zhongyi can do.
Yes. Wow. And I think Tan Zhongyi has to pin all the hope again on the rest day tomorrow, Yovi, because after the rest day, she has to come back like 1,000,000%, 1,000,000% in her preparation, because she cannot afford a single draw after this game. Yeah, it's a very tough feeling. It's a big pressure on her shoulder.
Yeah, she'll be playing with the black pieces. And yeah, as you mentioned, she cannot afford to gift even half a point. But there's a certain freedom, though, Irene, when you have your back up against the wall, when, ultimately everyone expects you to lose, everyone expects you just to walk away. But if you just keep on fighting, if you keep finding that path of resistance, then it's possible. We have seen some amazing comebacks in history. Not quite like this one, but who knows? Never say never. And it is possible that Tan Zhongyi can just find it within her just to play with freedom and just allow the results to occur and let the energy flow. But it's not over just yet, because Tan Zhongyi, she still has the option of checking on f7 and then just desperately trying with the knight and the queen to just have some checkmating threats on g7. There's really not that much else to suggest.
Right. Well, if you don't have any extra material on the board, we know that in some basic pattern with queen and knight, they are better than queen and bishop, because with the queen and knight, you can attack all the squares, the light squares, the dark squares. But yes, exceptions are there. And losing materials in such a pattern is not one of the reason. And yeah, this one is a bit too overwhelming, to be frankly, because the c3 pawn is going to roll over soon. The king is very safe over there on g8, soon to be on h7. I don't see a way for Tan Zhongyi to survive in this game any longer.
Right. And the problem is that, unfortunately, the queen and knight can't combine in a really effective way. So say, for instance, the white knight could be on f7. The queen has to stay on c7 in order to guard the knight, because otherwise queen to d1 is coming. So maybe we could show that on the board. So maybe some queen to c8 check, king h7, knight f7, finally getting some threats in of queen h8. But unfortunately, the knight is loose there on f7. Yeah, and as Irene is going to demonstrate with great enjoyment, that the knight just simply falls off and black is simply going to be a piece up. So yes, that doesn't work. And then we also saw the fact that queen f7 check, knight f5, at least there we have a configuration where the minor piece is protected, but queen to d7, just such a nice way to meet this. You're offering a trade of queens, the c-pawn is still threatening to advance, and white's attack is just stumped.
Yep, even if you play a move like this, and then c2, let's say that you're planning to give a checkmate on g8, but unfortunately it comes with a check. So you can even, and then you can do whatever, you can even sacrifice your queen if you want to.
Exactly.
But yeah, queen c4, maybe it's more precise, or even like queen c8 there. I mean, we don't have to.
Queen e8.
Queen e8. We don't have to be really precise on that. But yeah, queen d3. Yeah, tough moment for Tan Zhongyi right now to come to terms that this game is almost over. You are right, Yovi, although we don't want to say it, but quite frankly, maybe in the next move or even now, it's time to resign.
Yeah, it's you just hope and pray for the best, and then, well, ultimately this position is lost for Tan. There is no answer, there is no way out with the knight and queen, and Ju Wenjun's c-pawn is just simply too strong. And sometimes you find yourself in chess in these positions where no one can save them. Even the world champion, even the best player in the world cannot fight back from a losing position. And here, there's just a few things that Ju Wenjun has to be mindful of, notably ensuring that her king is safe. But once she's figured that out, the c-pawn will decide the game.
Okay, I want to try one line here. So if I take this, bishop, and then a takes b, and I will hide my king over here. My argument is your king is not 100% safe. I can try to make a let's some effort to make a perpetual, let's say. Let's say if you play c2 here, of course you're still winning, but then I'll just keep my position like queen c8, king h7.
And I was looking at this, and the problem is that I've got queen c4 at the end of it. So say you make a random move.
Like f3 here, you have queen
I
c4.
go queen c4. And now
if
queen
there is a
f5
check,
is one check, and then king goes to g8, and no more
Oh, I
checks.
thought you
King
wanna-
g8.
That's right. That is correct. Yeah.
It's
no
like
more
the
check.
stars keep on aligning for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, yeah. Worth trying, but still not good enough.
I think the best that white can hope for really is to lose the knight but win the c-pawn. But then you are a piece down.
Also not an ideal solution, yeah?
I mean, if white had some pawns, there you do see queen to f7, then the queen and bishop don't actually work that well together. And yeah, excellent move there from Ju Wenjun. Doesn't allow a single check. And what is it? Knight to f5.
F5.
Okay, this is the moment for Ju. She has to rise to the challenge. Queen comes back to d7.
And this is I think this is it, Yovi. Do you think we'll see more moves by Tan?
She might throw in knight to e7. You might as well threaten checkmate.
Oh, she goes for the sending. Okay.
Okay. But here you can just simply just force your way, and now bishop will come to
a4.
a4.
But you kind of wait as well. I think the knight will wait on e2 here. So that's something that she is trying to do, and hoping that the king can somehow be closer. So let's say you put it on a4 right now, and then I don't think king f1 is the time right now because you have bishop b5 in the end. So let's say this one, knight here, and then knight c1, and maybe it's time to bring the king. It's still winning, but yeah, somehow I forgot to calculate this. Like this is the thing. If you want to keep prolonging the game, yeah, you should go to this line. But let's be precise. After knight d4, we have bishop a4. We have bishop f5 too.
b5.
We can bishop b5 as well. In order to go to d3. Yeah, I like this idea. What else do we have here?
We also just have running with the king. That's something that we can do. King g6, king f6, and then in you go.
King g6. If king g6 happens, then king f1. So I think you have to move your bishop first, forcing the knight to withdraw, and then you can move your king. So let me calculate. If I play bishop f5.
Well, we have a move bishop a4, and now Tan has to put the knight on e2. You've got a blockade.
Yep. Otherwise, no. I thought d1 is there, but whenever you play c2, knight b3 is there. So the knight will always have a square to stop the pawn. Okay, let's try this one. c3. Sorry, f3. Yeah, this is the way to prolong the game. That's right.
Okay, so if you go
c2, I think and then to force the knight to go to e2.
And then bishop to b5. And then now, you can see.
No, it's fine. Just keep coming with the king, I guess.
King?
Because you're king g6 and king here. Because whenever you leave f2, there's always bishop f1. You are trying to get another another pawn over here.
Mhm.
But okay, let's say coming here, then I think you just have to wait until bishop f1 is possible, and probably pushing a pawn like this, or maybe like
No.
this, and then capture this pawn. Bishop against rook. Bishop against knight in this position. I mean, especially your pawns around the king side is pretty weak. You cannot protect them. But we have a move.
The game is actually lasting longer than I expected. So this was a good try there by Tan.
Yes.
To cause some trouble and force Ju Wenjun to be precise. So f3.
Yeah, we exactly have the same position here. So what we discussed was bishop b5, and then knight c1, and then coming in with the king, because we cannot really put all our hope on this pawn. It's a little bit too far advanced, and to get the king help it, it's a little bit impossible, because this king will also going to do some shouldering. So another way to continue with this game is to find the second weakness. So this is the first weakness that white has, as in your first strength. The second strength is this one, and the more you push your pawn, the weaker it is. So king g6, if you push this one, just keep coming with this king, I guess. If the king goes here, I actually like this move, like king h4, because if g3 comes, then just coming in. Instead of king f4, when g3 comes, you have to go back to the other side, which is also winning though. I mean, everything wins here.
And the problem is, as you mentioned, is that the white knight can't wait in a really good way. So for instance, in this maneuver that we saw, the bishop could also find itself on c4, and the knight on c1 is restrained. But okay, we have some moves. King to g6. She's immediately headed for the center with the king. King to f2. At some point, I'm expecting bishop to b5. It makes so much sense. You know, you want to... There you go. It's on the board. Big threat. Bishop takes knight. And now knight c1 is absolutely forced. And now the black king is going to march in.
Yeah.
And the players have made move 40. So that's why Ju Wenjun sits back, and now she can dive into a long think, relax, and enjoy the position in front of her. Because as you mentioned, Irene, it's just a case of making an extra weakness.
Yes, totally, Yovi. Yeah. And we know that in this type of endgame, the bishop is superior than the knight, not only because black has a pawn on c2, but in general, the bishop can reach other side of the board within a move. Whereas for the knight, it takes a few tempi to get wherever it wants. So in that sense, yeah, black is of course completely winning, but I must applaud Tan Zhongyi's effort and keeping the game going, because, well, you have to do this. You definitely have to do this. It doesn't matter what will be the end result, but you just have to keep the game going, and this is exactly what she's doing right now.
Yeah, and it's quite funny to see the players, how they're sitting. Tan Zhongyi completely dejected, and Ju Wenjun, well, she's just working out the quickest way to the win. How should she do this? Should she bring the king in immediately? Should she just try to improve the kingside pawns? She's completely spoiled for choice.
That's right. Now the question is for the black king. Will the black king try to penetrate the position from the king side, or will it try to get the b4 pawn? Because don't forget, this is also an unprotected pawn that black can try to get into. She has to calculate this.
Yeah. And it's one of those dream scenarios. You know that you have bishop f1 in the air. You know that you have the superior minor piece. You also know that there are targets, as you mentioned, the pawn on b4. And guess what? You have the ability to create passed pawns on the wings as well. The A pawn has the potential to become passed, so has the H pawn, and knights are exceptionally bad at holding off those. So it's a whole series of factors going on here, and Ju Wenjun, she just has to calm her nerves. I'm pretty sure she also didn't think that this queen trade was even possible, because somehow or other you rule it out, right? You just think,
Yeah.
no, the queens can't be traded off because I'm just going to be winning that one. And you don't necessarily calculate. But it's here on the board, and it is winning. As Irene demonstrated, the black king can just step forward. It will mobilize itself to the center. And then, she can just choose. Does she go g5? White has to give ground. That's the unfortunate matter here.
Yeah. The thing is, with king g5, white can also do some waiting move, king e1, king f2. So you have to make some action here, and h5 is already on the board, signaling that she wouldn't like to see any sort of pawn moves improving themselves, and she would like to fix this pawn structure, especially the double pawn on the g file, so that the g2 pawn can always forever be a weakness.
Yep, it's such, again, another instructive moment. g4 by white is simply going to be met with the advance of the h pawn, and now the white king is forced to stay on the f2 square. It cannot venture into the middle of the board. And it's over, really, for Tan Zhongyi. Her king can't move. The knight on c1 will soon be deprived of squares as soon as the bishop steps up to c4.
Yeah. So let's see one move here. Let's see one line that I'd like to explore. So white is limited to options, of course, but white can try to play king e3 still. And it's not the time to play bishop f1 yet, because whenever you play bishop f1, the king can just move back to f2. And she's done it. King e3 is on the board. This is a way of improvement as well, because your plan is also to get to this d2 pawn. So what black has to do right now is also to keep waiting. And h5 was already played, so maybe next move it's either king g5 followed by h4, or what do you think? Is it king
Well,
f5?
I think there's nothing wrong with being bishop to f1, and the reason why I like this move is because you force the king back to f2, and then you put your bishop on c4. So yeah, I've trapped the knight. That's no longer moving. And now when you step up with your king to e3, well, then the king will move forward. Again, one has to be precise on where it goes. And if king to d2, we've got bishop f1 again.
Yep. Absolutely right. Yes. And then I think you have to take this. And okay, now these two pawns will lose back to back. But if the king stays on e3, then you're just being given more ideas. I think h4 is also fine here. I don't see why not. But I'm still very
what
curious.
Happens if you just move your king to f5?
Yeah, I'm still very curious about this plan. I think this is actually the most accurate plan anyway to go after this, because after king e3, king e5, you're stopping everything to d4, and then you can now it's actually zugzwang.
Like you have one move, f4.
Okay, to f4, but now the bishop can even go to d5 at some point. And now I'll just go back to f5. Yeah, because now I have a hole for the king to penetrate the position here. And this is one way. And there's so many ways for black as well to just keep wasting the tempo and then come back to original position, just to test your opponent out. So king e3 was played, and Ju Wenjun played king g5.
King g5.
Mm-hmm.
And again, she's just simply arguing There are no good.
Yuvi! Tan Zhongyi
Oh,
feels like,
King
okay,
D2.
let's get it done. Let's get it done. It's much of a torture already. King D2 is played, obviously. Bishop F1 was
Yeah.
waiting to be played.
And now maybe she's banking on this idea of going knight to b3 and trying to get some compensation with
Hardly.
knight c5. Yeah, I know.
So
I
knight
am
b4,
trying.
sorry, knight b3 now. You can take knight c5. Okay, the bishop is such a good piece here. I don't think you would like to protect this. Just play king g4 takes and then keep pushing this pawn, and then there you go. This bishop is always in time to stop the pawn to b7. Yeah. All right. Bishop f1 is on the board, and still no move yet from Tan.
Yeah. That is. Yeah, unfortunately, the White King is saddled with the misfortune of only being able to move one square, except when castling. Because what you'd like to do is take the pawn on c2, and then after bishop takes g2, you'd like the king to move like a knight and come to e3. Okay,
Yeah.
the knight is being activated.
I think we'll see bishop takes g2 very soon from Ju Wenjun. And we actually might see the position that we analyzed before with all of this capturing on f3, first g2, then f3, then king g4, takes g3, and banking on this h5 pawn to promote on h1.
Yeah, and there we see Ju Wenjun. She's poised for action. Bishop takes g2 is a given. Maybe Tan is planning to defend the pawn on f3 with knight to d4, trying to keep the game alive that way.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah, actually, why not, right? But I think just hang on. In that position, now it's reminded me again on one of the games that Ju Wenjun wins. Is it possible to just sacrifice everything? Although, of course, it's not necessary.
Well, let's have a look. King comes
Let's see
to
it. Yeah, it's interesting to see whether this works or not. So knight d4. So
it's
takes
screaming
this.
to be played.
Yeah,
Yep.
takes this and then just king here, because it's again the rule against the h pawn. The h pawn against the knight. It's the hardest pawn to chase. So we're also putting our hope on that. And after king g4, okay, Ju Wenjun, by the way, just played a move. It's bishop takes g2, and I believe Tan Zhongyi will play knight d4. Yeah, and now we're exploring the line that potentially can happen in their game. So where does the knight go now?
So, unfortunately, you have to stay close.
You can actually play here
Knight G.
like
Yeah, but
knight
then
d4, because you would like to get this, but I don't think the knight can chase this this
king,
pawn. King
king
g4,
f4.
even. King f4.
Okay,
I don't like to be
okay,
checked later on.
Yeah, king g4.
And then
Now,
this king is a shield to the
h4.
pawn.
And how
And
to
where
get
does the knight
can you get
go?
back in time? Knight
No.
to e8.
Nope, there is no way. There's no way to do
you
it.
need to get
And
to
that is
f2.
Yeah, there's no way to get to f2 at all. Yeah, so that was without any risk, I guess. Like knight b3. Sorry, bishop takes g2 and knight d4 is already on the board. Yeah, the simplest way to win this position is just to sacrifice your bishop. Knight takes and king g4. So we explored the idea with knight d4.
And just to kind of confirm, what is the way to avoid knight d4, knight f5? Because that includes some calculation. If we're feeling really lazy, can we just get no, not there, because you go knight e2. But if we do it one move earlier before the sacrifice, so
You
we
would
go
like to play
g6
immediately.
Yeah, because I'm lazy like that. And there you see, it's
but now it's different. You can take this with the knight maybe, and then go for at least there are still more pieces on the board, and you have to you have to just play and calculate this one. It's not that clear, but it should still be winning.
Okay.
Or what else? Actually, this one is. What about? Hang on. F4, King G4. What is the best way to continue this position?
Maybe king takes c2. Maybe there's some.
King takes c2, and after bishop takes here, you are not obliged to take, right? Or you can just take, because now this pawn is
You
hanging.
can just take.
Yeah,
Yes,
this pawn is hanging
and
now.
And now you get yourself into a good square. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is really important, actually, that if you're going to do the sacrifice, bishop takes f3, you got to do it now. And the pawn on g7 is irrelevant because the knight's not on a good circuit there.
Yep, you just have to calculate this. And Ju Wenjun, actually both players already crossed the time control, so they are now having another 30 minutes on their clock. So don't be worried about the time situation. That's showing that Ju Wenjun only has 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is, let's say it again, just one more time. I think this is by far the easiest way to win. Sacrificing the bishop, get the other pawn on g3. It doesn't matter where the knight goes. Knight e5, king g3. All you want to do is to promote this pawn. And you have a backup pawn anyway on g7. Like, for example, if your opponent plays knight g6 here, your backup pawn is there to save the game or to save the day, because, okay, let's say you take this. Imagine if you don't have this pawn. You actually lose the position, I guess, because this king will just go to this pawn, and then this king is a bit too far. But yeah, you have this backup pawn, and you should win the game. Wow, that is very precise, Yuvi, to win this. What do you think? Will Ju Wenjun sacrifice the bishop or not?
Yes, she's, look at her. She's completely poised to sacrifice that bishop because she's just working it out. Of all the variations we saw, the most testing one was to, and it wasn't even that testing, you just had to understand that. Can we repeat it one more time? Because it's so instructive. Bishop takes f3, knight takes, king to g4. It's pretty easy to work out that if the knight doesn't go to d4, it's an elementary win. Knight to d4, because this is the only thing that's running through her mind. Okay, knight to f5. And again, does she have to be precise with where she puts her king?
I think she can also play king f4 too. Hang on. King f4 is also fine. Like, if you take this, the king is the shield now. If there's a check, then just put it on f3, another shield. And if the knight goes here, I think you can put it either way to... Oh, no. The shield is... I think it should be here. Yeah, it has to be g4. So that the knight cannot go to g5. Or, or f4, of course.
Yeah, so there's a few key squares, right? And we can highlight them in red. The square on g5, the square on f2, and the knight is just not traveling to them very easily. So if the knight comes to c5, just to try to get to f2, then we carry on. And then as soon as the knight goes to here, we've got to make a... Oh, in fact, we can push the pawn.
We have to keep pushing the pawn. We have to keep pushing the pawn first, and then we move the king. Okay, let's say going here, then we just chase it away like this.
And if the pawn were in the middle of the board, the knight would just go onto the right side. But no, the knight is in the corner. It's stuck.
Yep. Yeah, she's definitely thinking about it. Definitely, because this is like the clearest way to get what she wants without any risk. But of course, the risk is just to fall into a drawish line, and the movement of the king needs to be very precise.
Hang on a second. Is she forced to do this?
I don't think so, actually.
Let's have a look. Okay, so what could she play if she doesn't want to go bishop takes f3?
H4 takes and then knight F5.
Mm-hmm. And we saw G3. Sorry, G6 doesn't work. G6 doesn't work because of a king takes pawn on C2, and then you can take, bishop takes F3. You can simply take, and the knight comes to E5 and gives a check, attacking the pawn on G6.
And even a pawn H4 like this, I think the king is just in time to protect everything. Yeah. Maybe it's a forced move, Yovi, in this position that you have to sacrifice.
And it carries no risk with it whatsoever. So the only risk is that you might kind of squander a win to a draw, but it's not a losing gamble, so to speak. So yeah, I'm just again looking at the camera and seeing that her eyes are focused on that direction. And in the background, have you spotted it? You can actually see the championship trophy. There you can see the crystal trophy with a pink or a red flower in the middle. It's incredible craftsmanship. And I like the fact that it's so close to the players, because I'm sure they glance over it, and that can be an inspiration. And we see it, Irene. Of course, class shows itself. It was elementary for Ju Wenjun. She sacrifices the bishop, but in return, she picks up the G3 pawn, and she has now, she's on her way to winning 4 games in a row, 4 back-to-back victories, Irene.
Amazing. Another masterpiece in the endgame, I would say. Assuming that this goes her way and win another game, and she just calls it the right way, when to push the pawn, when to sacrifice, and she worked it out, and her decision is to sacrifice the bishop. And now she's being cautious again. I believe she already calculated many times in her head, but she's being very cautious, because one single mistake here could lead to another result. But we already analyzed this. King G3 should be the move to go, and let's see if Ju Wenjun is going to play it.
Yep, King G3. The king can take that pawn in full confidence, knowing that it can act as a shield to help advance the h-pawn. And there we see it on the board. Knight f5 check can be easily fended off with the king stepping back to g4 or f4. G4 is perhaps the most precise one. And nothing is catching that h-pawn.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I just wonder until which point this game will go, because maybe until the pawn is on h2. My guess is like when the pawn is unstoppable and it is already reaching h2 square.
Yep. For Tan Zhongyi, she's simply working things out, but understanding ultimately that nothing is going to stop the h-pawn, and that this position is beyond saving. And after tomorrow's rest day, well, she will have to draw on every ounce of strength and resourcefulness that she has, as she will now be in a must-win situation for the rest of the match. Ju Wenjun will move to 6 points, half a point away from becoming 5-time women's world champion.
That's such a crazy score, like 4-point lead and 4, not only 4-point lead, also 4 winning streak. That's amazing. I think in the recent World Championship match, Open or Women, when was the last time we see such a streak?
Well, the only time that I can think of a collapse like this was the match between Magnus Carlsen and Jana Pomniachtchi, where they had a whole series of draws, and then game 6,
With
and
that
then
C5
suddenly
move.
it just, then suddenly it just fell apart for Nepomniachtchi, and it just went all wrong. And it's all going wrong for the challenger Tan Zhongyi, as once again she finds herself staring down the barrel of defeat.
Yeah, similarly, Yuvi. And yeah, we also have to calculate. Because this is a big win. This is a big win for Ju Wenjun, 4 games, 4 winning games. And she was once in the club 2600. Her peak rating was 2604. And now she's currently 2561. Not only that, of course, this is such a little additional to her achievement, but it also means that she's gaining substantial gain of rating with all these wins against Tan Zhongyi. And we need our producer to figure it out how much points that she has already gained now.
Yeah. It's funny because the scoreline doesn't actually reflect the standard of play.
Of course.
From both sides. Because, look at the scoreline and you think, well, 6-2, well, Tan must have just been steamrolled in every single game. But actually, no, the margins have been really tight. We've seen a lot of complicated tussles. We've seen Tan just lose the game by a very small factor, one bad piece. And it's primarily because Ju has been so precise. She has been relentless. And she has managed to grab every single opportunity when it has been given to her. And in answer to your question, Irene, well, this game victory would give her plus 14 points. And Ju is currently at a rating of 2575. And yeah, okay.
I think 14 points before this round. After this round, it's even more.
Yeah, just over the match. 14 points over the match. Not 14 points for this win. For the plus 4 and for the draw. And again.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, it's also because Ju Wenjun has been playing very precisely. It reminds me of the interview and our GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, was also in this coming up match between Tan Zhongyi and Ju Wenjun. And okay, this was before the match started, by the way. And he was being asked, like, who do you think will win or which one will you choose? And then he said, probably Ju Wenjun. Why? Okay, Anand said just giving a slight advantage for Ju Wenjun for the match, but for Magnus Carlsen, he commented that just because of the experience that Ju Wenjun has been playing in a lot of more tournaments than Tan Zhongyi, just simply the experience. And I think that experience speaks for itself. And we've seen Ju Wenjun in so many nerve-wracking events. And the last one before this was in New York. I know it was not a classical tournament when in New York she was trying to get her World Blitz title, and in the final she was head-to-head with the former challenger Li Tingjie, and I was there, Yuvi. I mean, as a spectator, we were given a very, very interesting match between those two, and not only about the games, but we've seen with our eyes how the players were trying to handle the pressure after each and every game. So it's amazing. She is being tested in so many occasions, and that's what made her pretty much a steel woman. She's so strong mentally and technically.
Yeah, completely. And just to clarify, on the live ratings, Ju Wenjun is gaining as we speak plus 14 points. So once this game has been decided, well, she'll be gaining an even bigger number of points. And there we're seeing Tan Zhongyi. She's desperately trying to find a resource. I mean, she's calculating furiously. Unfortunately, the solution is just not there on the board. But we're expecting knight to f5, check, pick up the g7 pawn, hope for the best. But ultimately the h-pawn is going to decide it all. And yeah. And again, one can't help but feel affected by the emotions of this match. Tan Zhongyi sitting there, desperately trying to find something, but knowing full well that it's not working. And also knowing that with this victory, Ju moves to 6 points. And Tan, she is half a point away from match defeat. Difficult, but well, what can we say? It's been really the Ju Wenjun show these last 4 games. She's just been playing excellent chess. It just seems like she keeps leveling up and finding that next gear just when she needs to.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's what it takes to win the match. Yeah, of course, you have to have a very good attacking skill. But what I noticed from Ju Wenjun is her calmness and her patience in trying to defend her inferior positions. And it's not that it's not that she won all of these games without any fight. She was in many times were suffering in a losing position, but somehow she fought back in that game and trying to equalize it at first, but in many of the games already, she not only fighting back for equalization, but actually winning the game. And this game is no exception too.
Yeah. And I also like to pinpoint the earlier moments of the game where it looked like Tan Zhongyi, she was getting ready to squeeze out a small advantage in the middle game. And the way that she neutralized that looked effortless. She was well prepared. I mean, maybe whilst Tan is thinking, we can just quickly revisit some of those moments, because if we kind of have a look at the position for those of us just joining, move 13, she's forced to go on the back foot with knight to d7. So we just kind of do some kind of screenshots of some of those critical moments. And knight to d7, and then we see that the first step that marked her ambitiousness was like 3 moves later, move 16, where she plays b5. And still, you see this position and you think, well, it's a move. Yeah. You still see this position and you think, well, white is the one holding all the cards. And she's able to transfer that through, over the next few moves by moving the knight to f6 and moving it on move 18 to h5. And then suddenly she changes that all around to move 24, f5. And there you can see with the breakthrough, she's completely optimized her pieces. The white knight has sidelined itself. And then here you comes, you see f5. This is the breakthrough. And because of the match situation, Tan just completely kind of imploded. She played queen d4. She wanted to take risk. And unfortunately, it wasn't the right moment. And then
and the rest
from bad to worse.
Mm-hmm. And the rest is history. And we have a move, Yovi, after king g4, knight d4. Oh, we don't have a move. I thought we had a move.
No. No, Tan has been transfixed to the board. I'm sure she's just working through not only the variations, but also all the thoughts, the emotions. It takes such mental strength to be there playing a world championship match. And, this is a case of history repeating itself. Let's not forget that in 2018, it was Tan Zhongyi that was the women's world champion, and Ju Wenjun came along and stole her crown. And in their actual lifetime head-to-head, here you can see that Ju Wenjun leads 15 wins to 10.
Yes, that's right. Wow. Yeah, Ju Wenjun is just cementing her position in this match and overall in the world tops ranking too. Just a few points behind Hui Fan, I believe. But well, yeah, this match has been nothing but a showcase in Ju Wenjun's skill, and they are very, very instructive too. So not only in the end game, although most of the games ended in the end game, but I think also very instructive is how to defend, because most players and adult improver or even kids starting to play chess, they like to attack so much. I mean, I know I am, because even till this day, if I have to defend, I really hate it, Yovi, and I like to attack so much. But here, Ju Wenjun is as if she's living in another planet. She defended so well, and she turned everything upside down, as you said, like effortlessly. So yeah, big kudos for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah. It really does feel, especially as the match has progressed, that Ju Wenjun has gotten the measure of her opponent. She understands the weaknesses, she understands the strengths, and she also understands her own strengths and her own weaknesses. And she just has played this match to perfection. And that's why she finds herself on the edge of getting a 6-2 lead, and that is almost insurmountable. Half a point away from securing her 5th World Championship title. And Ju Wenjun, what a contender. And one of the things I've noticed about Ju in these recent years is that not only has she been competing at high-level women's events, but she's also been playing in some incredible elite events. Of course, we can remember last year she played in Tata, and she beat Alireza Firouzja in a fantastic endgame. And she played in the London Chess Classic. She also played in Siegerman. So she's been really testing her strength against the world's top players. And that is fantastic training, let's face it.
Yeah, I think there is no better training than testing yourself against world tops players, and then just keep the mind active and up to date as well, because you also have to work on your openings, your variations. You have to keep playing the trendy lines, what's popular these days, and you cannot miss any updates about it. And Yovi, I have a question to you. After this match, assuming everything goes to Ju Wenjun's way, because the position looks just winning, if you were present at the press conference later, what would you ask to the players?
If I at this present game 8 conference, what would I ask the players? Oh, for Tan, I would probably try to lighten the mood and ask her a non-chess question. What is her favorite thing about Chongqing? And perhaps bring a smile to her face. For Ju, yeah, one of the things, again, I'm very conscious of, as a chess player myself, I'm very conscious of asking questions that I won't try to unsettle them. So I wouldn't ask her whether, how she's feeling or whether she's nervous about the fact that she's so close. I would, again, I kind of, maybe, I wouldn't mind knowing who they're working with. Or maybe what a typical day is like for them. Maybe they can indulge that. Maybe they can tell us, how much time they're putting in preparation, whether they're getting up early, how are they finding the city, what's their favorite thing, what was their favorite thing about Shanghai, what's the favorite thing about Chongqing. Somehow or other, I feel as a chess player, I have to kind of separate the chess. I'm not necessarily that enthusiastic about, when you're kind of hauled up on the world stage and people go, well, why did you miss this? And you're like, thank you very much. I'm aware that I missed something important. I feel it in my bones. I'm sure my seconds will also have words with me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Yovi. It's I think at this point, we can brave ourselves and ask like who they're working with. And I would go a little bit tactical into the preparation, because this will go into books too, and this could also be the learning process for the future world champions and future world challengers, because to see what type of preparation they've been doing, we know that, for example, Magnus Carlsen has been working with so many people like Tentacles, okay, with Peter Heine, and then he was also working with some personal trainer to keep the body fit, nutritionist, and everything else. So I would also like to ask about that to the players here, because I'm sure they are trying to prepare themselves, not only about chess but also about the stamina and the food intake or any supplement that they take.
Yeah.
This is also interesting too, because well, there is anti-doping, so they have to be very, very cautious about any sort of supplements that they are taking as well. Yeah, so not really diving into the chess game as of today's game, like why did you play knight f5, for example, or why did you play this, because
Yeah.
because I think, of course, some other people would also ask the question, but I would like to see more into their personal lives if they allow us to see it closer. But yeah, it would be interesting, and it would be instructive for me as well to how to manage myself, or preparing myself facing such an important match like this.
Right. For me, I really like this kind of like Netflix style documentaries, just where you get in and try to understand the emotions of the player. Again, understand the hard work and effort that they've been putting in, not over just, the last 6 months or so, but over the years, their life philosophy, maybe some character flaws here and there, things that make them relatable, because what we're seeing here is the product of years and years of hard work, sheer graft, setbacks, all kinds of discipline. So I too would like that. And this is, let's not forget, world championship matches are emotional. I mean, we all saw when Gukesh, in that final moment, when he realized that he was winning after Ding's blunder, we also can appreciate that Ding struggled after becoming world champion, and how he really struggled with kind of living up to the name of world champ, being a world champion, the mental struggles. And I think the more open we are, the more relatable and more accessible we can be. And one of the things that I did is I watched the documentary on Gelfand when he played against Anand, and I really recommend, you can find it on YouTube. You can watch it, and you feel the emotion. And there was a beautiful scene right at the end where he's lost the tie break, and his young daughter, calls up, and she says, "What did you learn? Did you learn from today?" And he answered her ever so calmly and with such love. And he said, "Yes, my darling, I did." And I thought that's such a wonderful moment. And to have that kind of look behind the scenes is just fantastic. And I really do hope that in time that we will have a documentary about what the goings on in a world championship match and the preparations. Would you be interested in watching one? I mean, maybe chat can tell us, give us a vote.
Obviously, Yovi, obviously. I mean, this is something that a few months ago, a friend of mine who likes to, storytelling, Grandmaster Yasa Serawan, a very good friend of ours, he has to modify his books because there's some, okay, just to update the current book. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, games wise, we can always see it online. Like we can just download it. We can just update our database and to see, oh, this is what Ju Wenjun did in game 8. This is the game second, game 3, 4, or whatever. But what we don't know is the story behind it, right? And whenever Yasser taught us stories, it's always something that reminding me of how important this is being recorded, in a book or in a documentary, as in a film or video, because I learned so much from it, and I could understand why a particular grandmaster did something like this, because usually we can only watch it on their games, like, oh, they played this move, they played that move, but the underlying story behind it, sometimes we never know why they did such a thing. And this is why, yeah, I would very much like it to happen in the chess world, if in the future we have things like that, more, like all these documentaries, just pretty much all the behind the scenes video. And by the way, Yovi, we have some moves here. Tan Zhongyi finally decided to play knight f5, giving a check, and Ju Wenjun was already prepared with her move, and she immediately played king g4.
Yep. And this is the issue for Tan. She captures on g7. She cannot catch the h-pawn. There is no way that the knight can overcome the king's shielding to catch that pawn. So Tan, she can throw in a few checks, but ultimately, if the g-pawn stays alive, it is a very nice backup. So I suspect that she will just capture the pawn and see how the game plays out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, when the knight captured the pawn, you can just keep rolling with this pawn, because the king is acting as a shield to the pawn so that the knight cannot chase the h-pawn. And if the knight goes here, I think you can come back. I think you can pretty much come back to f3 if you want to. And if the knight goes back to f5, you have this pawn as a backup pawn. Or what is the most accurate way here? Let's try to explore this position, Yovi, because we have to be very, very precise, right? So if the knight goes to e3, giving a check, if we go back to g3, then there's no improvement to the position. Knight will go to f5. So in this position, one thing to play, I think, is king f4, because look at that bar. It's getting up, so it is a mistake, actually. Just one thing to note is c1 is coming, so you have to move the knight pretty much. But yeah, that is not the precise way of doing this.
That's
so
interesting, because I would never have thought that. I would have thought if the king just moved to f4, I mean, why is this suddenly a draw? Well, within the realms of a draw, shall we say?
I think because now the king can go to e2, but first you have to take this. And then it doesn't matter where you move your pawn, like g5 or h4, king comes to e2. So maybe precise play is needed here. After knight e3, probably just go
king f3.
King f3.
Shoulder the white king
and if
away.
the knight goes back here, then we can go king f4. So probably your move, Yovi, was a better move. That in this position, you could easily go to king f4.
But wait one second, Irene. Can you not? Okay, there we are going to see knight to e3, check. The black king steps to f3. Now, okay, as we saw, you have to be precise. King f3. You see, Ju Wenjun does not blink. She does not hesitate. The black king is needed to shoulder away the white king, prevent it from reaching g2. And what I was thinking is that if the knight jumps back to f5, what happens if you just go g5?
g5, yeah, I think this is also a way to continue. Yeah, you just protect h4. And this is, I think, what Ju Wenjun will play should this line happen. But instead of going knight f5, Tan Zhongyi took the pawn on c2. And now I really would like to play h4, just start rolling with the pawn. But is it the most accurate way to play in this position? And Wenjun just played h4. Let's say the
H4.
knight goes to e1. Yes, it's already on the board. Let's say knight e1 is going to happen. I think the king can just shield it to g3.
Yes.
Yeah, the knight is.
Yeah, what I wanted to highlight there, Irene, because this is such an instructive pattern, when the king stands on a diagonal exactly like this against the knight, it cannot be checked, and it's actually very difficult to check it.
Yeah, you need at least 3 tempi to check the king when the king is diagonally aligned to the knight like this. So h4 is one move. I mean, knight e1 is one move that we already look. Another one is knight d4.
Okay, and it's the same pattern, right? This time king f2. And you see it's exactly the same pattern. The king stands on a very short diagonal from the knight, and that makes it virtually uncheckable.
Mm-hmm. Let's say the knight goes to f5, h3, knight e3 with this idea to g4, but you have this backup pawn, so you can add, you totally can do this. And then just go here, takes, if king goes this, and then you just keep going. Or maybe here is, no. Yeah, this one is fine.
Yeah, this one is fine. And ultimately, the king makes a beeline for the b pawn as well. So, okay, that one's easily winning. You don't need to calculate. But the one that was interesting was the knight to e1 check in the game position. Because in the game position, knight to e1, because once the king slides over to g3,
oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. King g3 by dual clicking.
No, here it was. I wasn't sure because of king to e2.
King e2. And what are you not sure of?
I'm not sure of. No, it was just
the same thing.
I just wanted to. Yeah, h2 is always going to be met by sorry.
And it's just on time, and I think the only winning move here is king h3. Or maybe, since we have a pawn over here, turns out king g1 is also fine. Wow. But okay, let's just assume that we don't have pawns on the queen side, and then you just simply win it by making an opposition.
Yeah. And it's very important that the white king just cannot reach the g1 square. It would be a completely different kettle of fish if the white king could magically transport to g1, but it cannot. So, yeah, in conclusion, it was very nicely calculated there by the reigning women's world champion.
Yes. I also remember, Yovi, I was commentating in the World Cup in Baku 2 years ago. And there was this match between Ju Wenjun versus the local pride Vachier-Lagrave, if I'm not mistaken. And the game went to king and rook versus king, rook, and knight. Ju Wenjun has rook and knight. I think most of the times, of course, in this type of endgame, it's just drawn. But she just keeps pushing, and before the 50th move, her opponent blundered, and it was either a mate or her opponent had to give up a rook. So she won. She won in such an endgame. So yeah, you see how she always keeps trying her best to win the game, even though in a position where it's looking like very drawish, and in principle it should be a draw, but she keeps pushing. And we have a move. Knight e1 is on the board, so we all agreed that king g3 is the move that Ju Wenjun should play. It's very easy to play according to the principle, right, Yuvi? When you put the king in a diagonal way like that, it's going to be very hard for the knight to give a check.
Right, and the other important point is that the white king just cannot catch the pawn because king g3, and you saw if the white king makes that beeline, h2 comes just in time. And are we seeing? Yes, we're seeing king g3. Precision until the very end.
Definitely. Yes. And I think it's almost sure that the next two moves that Ju Wenjun will make is h3 and h2. Because I just couldn't see any possible moves that Tan Zhongyi could make that can stop the pawn at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And the black pawn is unstoppable. And also the problem is that if you, as we've seen time and time again, if you give up the knight for the h pawn, the g pawn still remains on the board. The a pawn is still there. So black is really spoiled for choice. But all credit to Tan for fighting until the very end, finding this defensive resource of trading queens and forcing Ju Wenjun to play accurately until the very end.
Yes, definitely. And well, this match is okay. Again, assuming that this game is going to be over soon and Ju Wenjun wins it, she only needs half a point in the remaining games. It's you're right, Yuvi. It's almost mission impossible for Tan Zhongyi to stop Ju Wenjun from earning just half a point in the remaining 4 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Sun, everyone before this match started, we were always going to be so closely contested. Tan Zhongyi, she's in the form of her life. She really was at one of her rating peaks. And, 2024 was just such a golden year for her, winning the Cairns Cup, also winning the candidates in such convincing fashion. And here she started off so promisingly, taking the lead in game 2 with that incredible endgame win, such beautiful technique. And after that, just things have not worked out whatsoever for her.
Right. Okay, but she has only 10 minutes left on the clock, so even though she tries to keep thinking, eventually within the next 10 minutes, she has to make a move.
Yeah, that horrible moment has arrived when you realize that all the defensive possibilities have been exhausted. Yeah, you can see resignation in her body language as she contemplates what to do. Yeah, she still has 10 minutes on the clock. So she can just use her time. But as we've seen, the white king cannot approach the pawn. The knight is insufficient for the knight to give itself up for the h pawn.
Yeah, now we are seeing this endgame. What is the endgame book that you would recommend to all players, Yovi?
Oh, I have many endgame books. So I do believe that with endgame books, the best thing to do is to use them as references. So I would have Dvoretsky Endgame Manual, but that's a really technical book. I would also have the All-Guard ones. Sam Shankland has written some great rook and pawn endgames. And what you do is you just dip into them. You don't need to read them from cover to cover. You dip into them. You just remind yourself of the basic endgame tactics and techniques. And one that I especially liked, I really like Sam's and Jakob Orgob's, by the way. I would definitely recommend them on your must-read. But is 100 endgames you need to know.
But
that is definitely
Jesus
one.
de Villa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely put that one on your bedtime reading list. And, they're quite dry, but they're so well worth knowing. It's such a good thing. And of course, let me not forget, because you put me on the spot. The David Howell and Magnus Carlsen, the in-game grinders manual, because that one's really, really instructive. When you see in-game grinding done at its finest, you can appreciate how another level is. And I also recommend, Keith Arkle. He's got a great book on endgames and endgame grinding. And there we do see the king step up to e3. Just getting ready.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a scenario in this position, Yovi, to get a draw, or maybe still not because of this pawn once again. Yeah, I was thinking knight f3 will come for sure because you have to stop this h2 pawn. And you're just hoping that this type of calculation work because the king is more advanced than this king to get to the g7 pawn. So let's say you want to chase away this pawn, but now we can say that as a backup pawn, it doesn't have to move. It can be just a decoy pawn. And in the meantime, the black king will just run away to the other side of the board while giving that pawn up. And even though in this position, black has an h pawn, but the king, the white king, is still too far away to get to the c1 square, where we know when we are facing the h pass pawn, whenever either of the king gets to c1 or c8 or f8 or f1, depending on the color and the side, then that king will win. So either it's a draw, of course, either it's a draw or a win. But in this position, this king is just placed very well. And then you can just keep running with it and then making another opposition. And then, yeah, the king is acting as a shield there. So,
okay. Well, we're probably going to be headed down this variation, Irene, as we do see the white knight retreat. If we go to the game position, I can spot one way to make a mess of it, and it's not h2. It was g5. G5 was the only other way to spoil the win.
Yep.
Because this would have allowed the knight to capture on g5 and then get back to the golden f2 square. And there you can see the evaluation drops.
I think you forgot the key square here.
Yeah. I know. I just wanted to point out that there was one way to mess up. h2 was not one of them. And there you see as
and it's also very important in this position not to queen your pawn, because actually you're just losing the game. You just have to keep dancing around the knight. Let's say you play, king.
Yeah.
Let's say king g3 or king f1, doesn't matter. So
that's just a moot point because of course Ju Wenjun is not going to fall for something like that. So instead she goes h2, and as Irene excellently pointed out, you have to sacrifice your knight in order to stop promotion. And yes, the white king can run and catch the g-pawn. It's insufficient because the black king will simply run as fast as it can to win the b-pawn. And ultimately, it is going to be the a-pawn that wins the game. And we have handshake. Ju Wenjun does it again, 4 wins in a row, and now stands just half a point away from making history as she moves to 6 points to 2. And Irene, the countdown is officially on as Ju Wenjun finds herself on the brink of becoming the 4th woman to win the Women's World Championship 5 times.
Wow, what an achievement it is for Ju Wenjun when she is able to achieve that. But let's not call it right away, because we still have at least one more game to see in this match. And if Tan Zhongyi managed to somehow strikes back with a win, then we'll see another match. So let's hope for the best. And it's not over until it is over, Yovi. So tomorrow is a rest day, and both players, especially Tan Zhongyi, will come back stronger.
Well, Tan Zhongyi will have to come back stronger as Ju Wenjun is on the cusp of retaining her World Championship title, just half a point away. Let's go to a break, and then when we come back, we are going to be hearing from the players themselves in the conference, so don't go anywhere.
the post-game press conference of Game 8, where Ju Wenjun once again won the game and now takes a 6-2 lead in the match. We have Yilin again here as our translator. Welcome.
欢迎大家来到第8轮的赛后通知。然后今天是朱文君赢了，然后比分是6-2。
Ju, congratulations on your win. What was your approach going into the game?
恭喜朱文君赢得了今天的这盘棋。你的对这盘棋的战略是如何的？
今天这盘棋我是直黑，然后开局下来我觉得白方获得了一定的优势，但是后面可能没有走好，给我迅速的攻击他的1-4兵，导致我后面获得了一些。
So this game as black, I thought after the opening I was slightly worse, but she went aggressive and her pawn on e4 might be weak and gave me some opportunities.
And Tan, today's game didn't exactly go your way. Can you walk us through when you thought things started to slip?
这个问题是想问谭中怡，今天的对局可能没有达到你的预期，你可以跟我们说说你的感受吗？
可能在开局的时候觉得有一点微小的优势，但是就是在 B4 那步棋的时候，我有一些犹豫，有很多的下法，但是我觉得可能都不是，就是没有特别明显的，可能就应该慢慢下，但是临场的时候我也就是分析的不是太清楚，然后消耗了比较多的时间吧。总之从那一步棋之后，我感觉我就下的有点不太对劲了。
So this game, after the opening, I thought I had some slight advantage, but after B4, I had some hesitation and I wasn't too sure on how to play. So I spent a lot of time on there, and I feel after that move, I didn't have any concrete plans.
And time management has been a recurring theme and played a role throughout this match. Do you think that was a factor again today?
这个问题也是问谭中怡的。这个时间管理在这几盘棋可能一直有一定的影响，你觉得今天也有这个因素吗？
我觉得有一点，但是可能更多的是，还是这个问题吧，就是因为可能想走一些东西，但是可能有点钻牛角尖，对，没有办法，已经下成这个样子了，我也不知道该说什么。
Yes, maybe a little bit, but it was more. I was a little bit stubborn, perhaps. I wanted to go for some more aggressive variation, and I don't really know what to say because of this result.
And every game in this event we have seen either Sicilian or in English, and today things changed where we saw one e4 for the first time from Tan. Ju, were you surprised by this?
这个问题是想问具文君，我们一直以来一直看到西西里或者英国式开局，今天走了一个e4，你有感到惊讶吗？
我感到有一些惊讶吧，不过我可能怎么说呢？我也觉得这e4也是非常有可能的一步棋。
Yes, I was a little bit surprised, but I thought e4 was a probable play.
And you mentioned that you thought that the opening didn't go too well for you. At what point did you think that you took control and were better?
就是你说到了可能开局方面你有一些微小的弱了，然后你觉得哪个地方你开始有把握了？
我觉得是我走完G5之后，我觉得我的局面可能更主动一些吧。就走完那个，我觉得我就是渐渐掌握了主动。
I think it's maybe after rook e5. I feel after that move I had more control.
For Tan, you mentioned b4 here as a moment you weren't sure, but later on about move here, Queen d4. Can you walk us through what your thought process here was and why not capture on f5?
这个地方谭中义是怎么考虑的？你有考虑过直接吃 F5的兵吗？
就是这个可能这个错误是从马 I5开始的，就是我忘记了 F5这个事情。就是如果我看到了，我可能马 I5就不会上，就可能出现了一个比较大的一个盲区吧。然后当然 EF 也可以吃，但是还是会少一个。
Yeah, maybe this mistakes comes from when I played knight a5. I completely forgot f was a possibility, so that was a huge blind spot. And maybe here it's still possible, but I would miss a pawn.
Then a bit later, after c4, Ju played this beautiful e3 move. Is this something you calculated in the game, Tan?
这个地方，请问你有考虑过e3吗？
考虑过。当时刚刚我的助手也跟我提到说，可能不走 C4还可以坚持，但是我在临场的时候我没有找到好的办法，所以说我就走了 C4。
Yeah, this was part of my consideration, and my assistant mentioned that maybe I shouldn't have played c4 and there would still be hope, but over the board I did not see this.
Then Ju, a bit later on, I want to know if you were always confident about this endgame. Our commentators noted that maybe it was unnecessary to allow this queen f7, or were you always sure that this was winning?
就是具文君这个残局，你就是很有把握吗？因为就是我们的解说员有说过，可能更好的不会让白方走后 F7这步棋。
我当时计算的时候，我就是觉得后d3走完，黑方应该能够获得胜利，因为我觉得这个残局，我不认为白棋能够获得和棋。当然，我也没有看到更好的招法，这也是我为什么走后d3。
Yeah, when I played Queen d3, I thought Black would be winning, and I didn't really see any possibilities that White could draw, and I didn't see any better move compared to Queen d3.
And you've come back from difficult situations before. How do you plan to approach the remaining games?
谭中义，你之前有过遇到困难的局面，但是你还是有所反击。你接下来的这盘棋有什么打算呢？
就到了这个时候还是会正常的下吧。就是，确实就今天这盘棋我犯了一些错误，就哪怕我后面想和对方也不会再给我机会了。都下到这个时候还是会尽量的把这个比赛更好的完成。
Yeah, I will continue to play like normal, and at this point, in this game, I made some mistakes, and even though after I wanted to draw, but my opponent didn't give me any opportunities, so I will just play normally in the next few games.
And Ju, you on the other hand are half a point away from securing the title. How do you think you'll be remaining focused and grounded?
就是具文君，你现在还有半分，可能就要卫冕了。你会怎么保持冷静和沉着呢？
我觉得还是，去努力发挥出自己的一个状态吧，就是可能尽量的不去想比分的事情，更多的是就是在对局中，就更多沉浸在对局中。
I will try my best to be in the moment and play my best, and not to think too much about the match.
And the final non-chess related question for both players. Off the board, what has been your favorite moment of this match so far?
这个问题是想问两位棋手的，就是你们在这个比赛中，没有下棋的时候，哪个时刻是你们最喜欢的？Ju Wenjun可以先回答吗？
我觉得可能是休息天吧，因为重庆还没有休息天，所以我想说在上海的休息天，我和我的团队我们就是一起首先是适当的调整了一下，并且我们进行了一些准备，还有我觉得是在上海的休息天。
It would be the rest days in Shanghai because we haven't had rest days in Chongqing yet, and my team and we first adjusted but also prepared. Yeah.
可能也是休息天吧，然后可能是回到重庆之后，我回家了一个晚上，可能会比较开心。
Also rest days for me, and because in Chongqing for the rest days I went to my home and I was happy.
Thank you very much. Now I will open the floor to questions from journalists.
非常感谢回答，现在有请记者同时提问。
想问一下那个谭中仪，就是明天休息天，你是要这个更多的时间来备战呢，还是说要自己放松一下，用其他，比方体育项目或者什么的来进行更多的放松？
可能还是会看棋的，但是可能不会看特别多，然后休息一下，毕竟是休息天嘛，然后。可能还是跟之前一样吧，没有什么特别的。
So the question was for Tan. What was her plan for the coming rest days? Will she be preparing or take some rest? And Tan's answer was, like normal, I will prepare some for the chess match, but I will also relax some.
Any more questions?
还有其他问题吗？
Well, then that concludes our press conference. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow is a rest day, and we will see you on Wednesday for Game 9.
好，那我们就今天结束了。
And there we saw it, a well-deserved round of applause for both the players. But Ju Wenjun just revealing her secret that at the moment she's just present focused. And Tan just told us, well, she's just going to be focusing on the game as if nothing has happened.
Yes, I think that is the right attitude towards the remainder of the match, Yovi. And tomorrow is a rest day. Please remind us again about the schedule.
Yeah, and as Irene mentioned, tomorrow it is a rest day, a well-deserved break for both the players. They are going to have to adjust to the reality. Ju Wenjun, she is on the brink of becoming a 5-time Women's World Champion. Tan Zhongyi, she is really fighting for survival. And do remember that everything begins 3 a.m. for not Canadian time, East Coast time. And for those of you in Europe, the match will resume on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Central European time. And there we have it. Ju Wenjun takes another one and now leads 6-2, inching ever closer to that title. And as for Tan, it is do or die time. She must win Game 9 to keep her championship hopes alive. So we'll find out soon enough as we return to Chongqing for what could be the final game on Wednesday. Thank you everyone for watching and see you all soon.